a happy Tuesday, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It's been a while since I've had the Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday.
Oh my God, he's back. We technically talked yesterday on the podcast, but yes, oh my God, I'm not used to this.
Oh, are you ready, kids?
Aye, Kyle.
I activated my lights while the stream was up. Let's see how I did. The big quiz coming in right now. Not too bad. Not terrible. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, like you didn't check
I didn't turn on all
before.
my lights before I hit. Yeah, before I hit live stream.
You're darker than me.
So yeah,
that's rare.
Yeah. Well, you know, disappear. I got a little got a little shaft up top there that needs fixing.
I'm a big fan of. I'm a big fan of your shaft.
A little bit of shaftery there, but we're
we
doing
all
okay.
Know. There are many shafts in this world.
Hey, that's why we do the 10-minute timer. We can talk about anything we want.
We can talk anything.
We're free to do anything. Everyone's like, why is there
free.
timers on YouTube streams? Because I can talk about anything I want now.
What are you talking? Oh, that whole thing.
Yeah, that whole thing. If that's even still a thing.
I don't understand what you're saying. We haven't had nothing we said so far has been inappropriate.
Exactly.
Nothing. There's nothing at all. Guys into it. Yeah.
Always has been.
Always will be.
Top supporter.
Yeah.
I didn't tweet. I'm going to do that. that ye old thing.
You have such first day back to work energy right now. It's great. Oh my God.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Kyle, what if I told you? Kyle, wake up.
What?
Kyle, wake up.
What?
It's 2025. You play video games for a living.
Oh my God.
Snap
oh my
out of
God.
it. It's fun.
Okay.
How we doing, everybody? Hecti Glam when they let us?
In real life? Yeah.
When they put one in the game?
I mean, would we update it for reality? Like with KY Jelly? Like go full 80s monster movie?
Oh, gross. No, please don't. No.
Because, I mean, he's pretty squishy. Like audio-wise.
I'm not letting you in my home.
The man is
covered in
squishy.
KY Jelly.
Squishing a boot.
No. Nope, that ain't happening. You should, however, make like a plushy Hecti costume. That would be amazing.
Oh yeah, Cutify, absolutely.
Just do an entire day at the next fan fest where like none of us know who you are, and at the end you reveal that you've been the Hecti running around the floor the whole day. You know, like Kyle Incognito. In Kyle Nito.
Why is that thing so long? Wait, what's going on here?
Are we talking about shafts again?
Oh no, I see. Yeah, my alerts are still set to charity size. Rather than normal.
Oh yeah,
normal support size.
By the way, I don't know what setting you turned on because we share logins for the stream stuff, so that multi-stream works. So if I change something, it affects Kyle. Kyle changes something, it affects me. Something you changed turned text to speech on, but not for yours. I guess. Because I thought I was just like losing my mind, and then. Because of like the first few streams I did, and the way I was routing, I was able to just mute my desktop.
Right. There's a little mute
the text to speech was coming through the desktop, so that was an easy fix. But then I went deep diving like a week later when I actually kind of like knew what to look for in OBS, and sure enough, it was on. Because then I changed my routing on week 2 for Metaphor, and freaking text-to-speech was going, and chat was losing their minds. They're like, no, text-to-speech.
No, he's become one of them.
Because, I forgot that I had band-aided it by muting my desktop. So a whole week later, it came back because I changed my routing, and I'm like, oh no, oh God.
Do you remember mysteriously Monday, I may have sent you an image of the Streamlabs with a button circled that said press this? Of the many things that happened that Monday, there was an image to mute your local desktop notification. Yes, because text-to-speech is on because I was trying it while you were out of town. This was when I played Final Fantasy 1 because, dyslexia. I thought, hey, maybe I'll try this. But it ended up not working. And then so it ended up being left on for an extremely long amount of time. It got weird.
Oh, gotcha.
So there was an experiment long ago.
It seems like you could get in there and kind of micromanage it. I already forgot. I wish I had recorded myself turning it on and off, but it seemed like once I figured out where to go, it seems like you can really heavily customize it. But it was none of this is accusatory, by the way. I thought it was hilarious.
No, I totally get it. What am I being given? Oh, where did you get a baby little ancient one, and how did you know I didn't have this?
Yeah, I was gifted one of these.
Is this new?
Gifted one of these while you were away.
Oh, thank you.
It's amazing. You take your wee woo and thank Alessandre.
Top tier wee woo. Thank you so much.
Happy 2025. Please accept Alessandre's gift of a wee woo.
Oh, it's awesome. All right, we're gonna. What is this? There's a tiny one. This is so weird.
Okay, we're talking about shafts, long ones, tiny ones.
Here,
what else?
Actually, I can do this on my end.
Let's just get all of the euphemism out of the way.
So that's normal. So there's like technology.
Technology.
Technology. It's wild.
How does it work?
There we go. Those seem sanely sized.
I've officially stolen Katie's watch because her birthday present was a new watch, so I stole her old watch.
Oh, well, that's fair. You're just being economical, really.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh, wonderful. That chat. Kyle's gone again. It's gone again. It's just me. You guys want to go play some more Metaphor? I'm in charge now. Yeah, I can do whatever I want. Oh, mother. That hurt. Oh, my God. I need to bend this the other way. Holy shit. No, I did not watch NVIDIA last night. I don't know what you're talking about. I watched Penguin last night. I've been watching that Penguin show. Been watching that Penguin show. It's really good. Oh shit. Come on, work with me, microphone. All right. I recorded a thing earlier and I put my microphone arm in a different position. All right, here we is. Is that good? Do you like that? Are you happy about that, you damn needy microphone arm? Oh, you good about that? NVIDIA is making AI even more. God damn it! Why? Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that?
Hello.
They shouldn't do that. Hello. Welcome back.
I see all your spikes, your pillars, your nails. Well done, y'all.
What?
There's I assume that's all flying business in the background. The pillars from the chaotic.
Oh, they're pillars. That's a ground tile. That's a ground tile from the chaotic.
Yeah, exactly. They're very pretty. Yeah. They look like nails. I would call them nails.
I'll give you that. Yeah, I'll give you that. Maybe a thumbtack, like a really brutalist thumbtack. I really like that mount. I really want it. I really freaking want it. Kyle, I've been asked probably 78,000 times when we're doing chaotic, and this is our official announcement that we have nothing official to announce on when we're doing chaotic. We will do it, and we don't have a date on the calendar yet.
Sounds chaotic, bro.
Our announcement will not be chaotic. We will let you know. You will not be in the dark about when we stream unless you're not subscribed to this channel, in which case shame on you, and you deserve to not know when we're doing chaotic. I'm just gonna get real aggressive.
Yeah, it sounds
Happy Tuesday, everybody.
It sounds fun. It sounds awesome. I mean, honestly, the best thing to come out of it is seeing Mr. Happy's dots fall off. That's the best thing in my opinion. I love that.
His dots?
Yeah. It was so hard his dots fell off, and that just made me feel good because he's an amazing player. So the fact that his dots canceled out because he was too busy doing other things to maintain his up dot time. Hell yeah.
So he missed reapplying.
He missed reapplying, yeah.
Okay. All right. When you say his dots fell off, it makes it sound like it's a mechanic that the boss
No, that's freaking great. I'm happy. I'm happy for him. We can all be human. He bleeds. It's great.
Okay. I feel like you're happy for yourself because if I know one thing about Kyle Ferguson, it's that Kyle Ferguson doesn't like dots.
I hate dots.
I love dots.
If I have to read one more message of Kyle really needs to work on his rotation, it's called a dot. Otherwise, I press the one button. There is no rotation. Just say keep your dot up. Just say keep your dot up.
My whole Black Mage stream, every hour on the hour, someone was like, I can't wait till he learns slidecasting. I'm like, I know what the fuck slidecasting is. I just don't want to fucking do it right now.
It does take extra brain space. It's true.
There's no faster way to make me turn on chat than type slidecasting.
I don't like dots. I would love to do a number of other things. I see why they exist. I think it's busy work like mules and StarCraft and so many other options. Sometimes the busy work's really fun, to continue the StarCraft analogy, like queens. I loved managing queens. But I didn't like managing mules at all. So I don't know. I know that all healers have a dot, though. So
mules are boring, queens are cool. And I say that as someone who was a Terran main for most of StarCraft 2. So I agree with you. Like, queens are cool because they can attack and do things and spread creep. And mules, you miss timers and it just feels bad.
I also wouldn't mind managing nothing but dots. Like Affliction Lock was fun in World of Warcraft. But that was your whole bit. I didn't like exploding the dots. I love exploding dots in turn-based, because then you load everybody up in a nice, relaxed environment. They've got like 6 debuffs, and then you go wham, and it's awesome. But in real time, it's so frustrating.
I like a dot. I don't like dots in this game because I can't modify it and get a good bar that actually displays how long my dot is up for. Because I think the dot UI in this game is actually kind of shit, and they don't let me change it.
I've been thinking about doing some weird shit, like, running a repeating 25-second timer on my phone. I was thinking about moving my 1 button to spacebar, so that since my rotation is 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 1 1. What if I just put that on my spacebar? My thumb is free. I jump like once a year, and maybe I just like and then these fingers are free to move.
I want to let you cook, but that like breaks. That is like sacrilegious.
I know it
to
seems
me.
kind of backwards, right?
Like, go play Guild Wars 1. What are you doing? Like, how dare you disrespect the ability to jump in this game? Also, what are you going to do every time you go to the gold saucer? Your brain's going to be broken. You're never going to be able to gold saucer again.
That's the problem, right? Maybe I could do the GSL thing and attach 1 to my scroll wheel. So always be casting is just me petting my mouse constantly.
I like to adjust my camera, but that to me sounds way more sane than binding anything else to spacebar. And I know I had a lot of friends and WoW that would do that. They had both directions of scrolling bound to 2 different things. Like, a lot of folks that I raided with did that. I thought it was crazy, but it's at least in the realm of things I understand because I've known other people that do it. Rebinding spacebar in a game with jumping puzzles and something like the gold saucer is just like, no, I couldn't do it. Okay, and if I got to any other game, it would destroy me. Because I'm like, no, spacebar's jump, and then I come back to this one game and it's like, spacebar's an ability. Oh, that's interesting. I kind of want you to try it and
we could see what happens.
Consequences are.
Face NC. You deserve to be called out.
Whoa, what?
I've done that. Have you rewatched it recently? Have you rewatched Joe Cat's casting guide recently? Because he says always be casting. And as long as you're pressing a button, you're doing more than someone not pressing a button. You have taken what he said out of context and run with it. He doesn't tell me to even just do he's just saying always be casting. And I am. I might not be casting the right thing, but I am always casting. Now, what's more important is that you're using your global and your off cooldown correctly. But I get why that's become a phrase. It's a terribly unhelpful phrase because what it meant to me when I reached high end was always be casting. Sweet. I'm gonna do Astral Draw, play 1, play 2, play 3, Divination, Celestial Opposition. I just always casted. But what's more important is spinning my 1 button. And that's how we're actually going to have a bigger impact. So I understand why that is said constantly. But now that I've reached at least some level of understanding, I really want us to move away from that. And you guys know I love Joe Cat, and I think that video is very helpful. But we can't. Well,
it's not even Joe Cat's not even the issue. You're not talking about that.
No.
You're talking about folks that just repeat it and are too lazy to actually explain what they mean.
But I'm
They
just
don't actually tell you anything actionable or helpful. They just say
it's
always be casting. And
complicated.
if you are casting and they don't specify why what you're casting is wrong, then it's a pointless thing to banter about.
The more so, maybe this is just a PSA for people talking to me. I actually listen. So when someone says, oh, they really need to rewatch Crystal Tower, you have no idea how many times I rewatch Crystal Tower because we got that constantly in our MSQ journey. So I actually took, well, anytime you tell me, oh, you need to revisit Whirlit, I actually go do that. And then I become angry because what you thought was important in there is not what I found important. But I totally get it. But we are here today saying, how do we savage? So I thought it was important to take this little aside in this little conversation and talk about always be casting, because it is important. But like slide casting, I think slide casting is something that just takes extra brain space, you know? And so much of getting into something, like go watch those day one clears and look how like bare bones everyone's movement is. There's so much muscle memory that's so important. And I really do look forward to that. Like the amount of autopiloting that I was able to do in competitive games that I've gotten into. Oh my God, so relaxing. We've spent 3 years not being able to take advantage of any autopilot because we never redo any content. It's actually exhausting at times. And I was sitting there like New Year's Eve being like, oh man, I did nothing but new stuff for a whole year. The past 3 years has been nothing but new stuff.
It was 3, dude. It's
crazy.
Not getting to actually memorize anything. I got used to it to the point where I didn't realize actively that that's what was going on anymore. But when we finally got to the end of Dawn Trail, and particularly with Sphere Extreme, it dawned on me just how completely insane the previous 3 years of our life in this game have been. As someone who came from WoW and raided and would memorize. I didn't even have dungeons memorized, dude. Like when I ran Vanguard a bunch of times, I was like, holy shit, is this the first dungeon I like legitimately know? Like I legitimately know every like little nook, cranny, pull, how fast I can go through it, every boss mechanic. I think it is. I think Vanguard's the first dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV I have legitimately learned. Just because I haven't rerun a bunch of stuff. I haven't grinded anything, which is really common for me in WoW. But it took me so long to get through the MSQ of Final Fantasy XIV that just didn't happen. And I forgot how much I missed that. But yeah. What Kyle's being too polite to say is always be casting, and telling streamers a slide cast is a useless piece of tip, and you actually need to get more nuance than that.
I mean, nuance is important. I'm here free to talk at length about whatever I want, and everyone's trying to fit something inside of a small bubble. Like Nate here says, ABC is still good advice, Kyle. If you're looking at your recent extreme performance, your GCD uptime was still poor most of the time, 80% or less, no shade, just slight rebuttal. But did you see week 1 to week 2? Because I went from 63% to 73% in a single week. And that's pretty badass. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
And a lot of that comes down to panic. And being like, oh shit, I need collective unconscious and celestial opposition. Oh, and that made me miss divination, and and spacing those out in between ones is against my will to live. Because when I see an innocent puppy walking towards a cliff, I don't go, up, punch the ground, take a step, punch the ground, take a step, punch the ground, take a step. Nor do I step and then slide, punch the ground behind me. I just run at the dog and start casting as many instants as I can while I'm running at the dog to save him. But taking that moment to slowly walk towards that dog.
God, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop. Face, you were like You're the worst. You're like the most boring person who plays this game. Like you're just reducing everything we're saying, and I'm gonna stop. We're gonna stop addressing you because you're taking all the air out of the room and making this entire stream about your practiced parroted phrases.
Oh,
in stream.
It is. It is. But
like to say that we failed at a DPS check for hours on end because we failed at APC is excruciatingly reductive to the point that I assume you probably have gotten kicked out of a couple of raids.
Wait, but also
you seem like a healer adjust type person instead of looking inward.
I mean, I do feel a great desire to stop healing and go DPS because I want that purity. I want to know what my global uptime report is when I'm actually one job and that's it. And it sounds like an excuse, but I'm honestly curious. Like 73%, that sounds amazing. That sounds awesome. With the caveat that I don't know what's coming at me all the time, and I didn't trust that a Sphene explosion was a minute apart every time. Because with that knowledge, like when we watched Rion's video, like they made perfect sense. Like I hit a heal over time, and I do nothing because I know with my advanced Giga Brain that this heal over time will heal over 30 seconds to be full before that next raid-wise damage comes out. That all takes game knowledge. But what if I was just DPSing? What would I look like? What would be my uptime? It might be really good. It might be great. Maybe I need to cut out factors.
Yeah, and I actually don't know if we're talking about the not clearing the extreme or not clearing Silky, but Silky was a complete failure of my understanding of the job that I was on, because it's not a job I usually played. If we're talking about the extreme, you're playing wrong. We didn't clear because of deaths. We didn't clear, like we would have cleared if people actually knew the mechanics better or executed on the mechanics better. And I know I'm right about that. So.
Lamatod's here. We're being told to listen to Lamatod. Hang on, I must scan. Mechanics first, then GCDs. Yeah, and that's something... honestly, I'm really terrified as a streamer. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Like, the idea of being like, sup, everybody, big night. I'm so excited for MS1. Let's put into your eyeballs just awful play. But I'm going to read every tooltip and notice every dot on me, and like that is way more important on initial pulls. But you do see comments like, oh, this astrologian play is hurting my soul, and you're like, well, it's supposed to hurt your soul. I'm sorry for your soul, because I want it to be healed by my presence, but when we first pull, we kind of have to suck. Now that not sucking is still going to be 73% worth of not sucking. 27% of that will still suck. But that percent's going to be a lot higher in those initial pools, when I think I'd prefer for it to have, like, you know, more hype and fun going on screen than my shitty play. You smacked your lips like you were doing a reply, so I'm giving you space.
I was just thinking if I had any thought or anything to add to what you just said, and I don't think I do.
Fair?
Yeah. Like, yeah, I think we're getting into like a be perfect streamer, and I just want to say that if that's what you expect of us,
no,
you should just stop watching us.
I don't think this is like I'm the reason why I dove into this conversation and addressed topics like this, because I think this is a really big part of Savage Prep. This is us broadcasting our play at a high level, and that's going to be disappointing and scary to some people. It's scary to me, certainly. And which is also going to be really freaking fun. And I'm really excited for that. And I'm excited to see something. I'm excited to get into something that's going to be that focused step to step, week to week. Because doing 3 weeks of Speen and seeing 62% become 70%, become 73%, that felt great. And then we took 2 months off of doing shit like that, right? Like, how cool is that? That we're now going to get an opportunity. Let's just crank this music like it's really important. And what I have to say is extremely epic. Hell yeah, that's going to be badass. And if you want to know my ego answer, because an ego protects you, Garrett. The ego is there to make sure you don't lose your mind in the face of trials. Perhaps I should never play a DPS in front of people, because then they would realize how amazing my global uptime is. And they need to have that over me. They need to know they're better than me at something. It gives them comfort. The people need to know they're better than Kyle at something. So at least he doesn't have 100%, 80% uptime. It fills me with hope and determination knowing I'm just better than Kyle at something. Thank God for Kyle. Because if he ever streamed to Samurai and it was at 100%, I would lose my damn mind.
I love that. I don't necessarily agree, but I love it. Even if I'm like, I don't know, like, screw ego, I don't think you need it. Like, I used to be afraid. I used to be afraid about having my play on display, and I just don't care anymore. And I personally think that's the way to go about it. Was I still embarrassed during Silky? Absolutely. But not really for the crowd, because I'm like, this is great. I think this is actually good television. Like, me failing so bad at that job for hours, and then it being revealed to the world with folks like Joe Cat and Shen having a sudden realization, and then like having a giggle fit meltdown that I was missing like a key fucking piece of being a mediocre dancer. It's good TV. I wasn't embarrassed for the stream. I was embarrassed for the 3 other people on a very personal level that I had locked in a room with my bad decisions. That's what I was embarrassed for. And I can get over that. So yeah, I that's where I'm like, I love where you're coming from. I love that thought. Hell yeah, dude. Open up your Tony Stark ego armor briefcase.
Damn that briefcase.
But I don't feel that way anymore.
No?
I feel I've freed myself from the need for ego protection.
Okay. I'm a genuinely curious person, so I take a lot of statements at extreme value that probably I shouldn't. And I'm very curious about them.
Wait, I'm sorry. I've just rewind. Did you just say you're a very serious person?
I'm a very curious person.
Oh, curious. Okay.
I'm a very curious person.
I was about to call you a bold-faced liar.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because I want knowledge to supplement facts, I'm also very slow to adapt. So, like, lucid dreaming for a topic. I don't lucid dream because over the course of our 3-year adventure, lucid dream is how I got the hell up after dying. Now we've entered a world where, twofold, I should never die because I actually know mechanics happening around me. It's not about limping to the fight. It's about looking good doing it.
On a per fight basis.
And 2, the job change actually made lucid dreaming quite important for Astrologian, where I used to just have cards aplenty. I was just frickin', pot of greeting my balls off. And I didn't really need it. But that knowledge was actually kind of hard to gain because it took multiple factors. And should I die and then not have lucid dreaming when I get up? Ah, shit. Guess I don't die is kind of the strategy there. So that is an example of a button that actually took a while to penetrate a very simple statement, which is, it hurts my soul. Why doesn't Kyle use lucid dreaming? And then rewind those statements to find the facts as to why I wasn't.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And Face has replied that they do not expect us to be perfect and brought up always be casting being an important area of improvement because this is a quote how to Savage stream. That, you know what? Fair. I'll give you that, Savage. After Face is your name. After coming at you directly, I'll give you that. That is fair. I would hope it's also fair that we explicitly stated that we don't find that particularly helpful, and it's not how either of us learn. So, hopefully you can forgive me, and I will attempt to be less of an internet jerk and forgive you.
It's a tough one. It's so shareable, right? It's so easy. I really do think that, particularly the part of the video where JoeCat did, who's doing more damage? Well, it's not good. Who's doing more damage? I guess technically that's right. They're doing more damage. Like that is the point of always be casting. I think that's a very strong point. And the global cooldown thing is like, it's actually taught very early on. Like you will be in your third stream and people will start explaining to you the on global cooldown, off global cooldown kind of thing.
Yeah, I remember weaving coming up really early in my play of this game.
Oh my god, that was awful. You're supposed to be double weaving notes I got, but then I did a solo stream and people were like, "Why the hell is he double weaving?" I'm like, "Well, it's all I know. It's everyone's yelled at me to double weave." But I technically have a different cast time than DPS as a healer. So you never double weave. But then you can quadruple weave if you're in Japan or something. Because of the server is better for you. The
ping is kind of ass.
Because Square Enix pays extra bucks or something over there. I don't know.
Yeah. And we should probably stop rattling off half thoughts like this because this is going to be each of these could be its own topic for an entire stream where we just chat about these individual kind of meaty topics. Also, you weren't even a healer when you first started streaming this game, so that makes total sense that you got tips for things that don't necessarily work with healing.
That's true, and then I moved over to healing in that weird in between where I wasn't streaming this, but you were streaming or you were making videos together. So I became a healer while not streaming, even though I streamed my my paladin play. Yeah, that's actually a really weird thing I did to myself. Now, I've never actually seen that tip, Casual Correct. That's interesting. Double weave under light speed. I would have never thought about that. But that is true. Interesting.
It is interesting. Curious.
Well, let us rewind because we'll probably we got some supers. We'll probably revisit some of these topics as we go through statements that the audience has made.
Yeah, or we'll just get cheeky messages like Dark Knight, who wrote, "How to use Savage? It's simple. You die again until that one run where everything clicks into place." So pretty much what you guys have been doing already.
You know, they added some good caveats in there. I respect that. Thank you.
That is
true.
Fair.
We've already been doing that.
I'm quite excited for Thursday.
It's going to be fun.
Quite excited. And like even right now, all I want to do now is just like have direct conversation with chat because Ben Sharple's like, I don't think JoeCat is necessarily a bad resource, but I think a lot of people learn in different ways. And so to just like take a bumper sticker saying and repeat it, that it's only so helpful. No, I'm gonna go deeper down ABC again, and never mind. Jeffrey Morales, thank you for the 7 months. That's fine. Thank you for the 7 months. Glad you're looking forward to the Savage journey. Our Sphene run got you to jump into Party Finder despite swearing off difficult rating content. Fun so far. Oh, sweet.
Nice.
Hell yeah! I'm glad you're having. Okay, I'm glad this message had a happy ending. I was worried where this was going. I was worried that we convinced you to go have a terrible time. Daz, thanks for the 30 months. Voss, thank you for the super. Said a question for you guys as online professionals. For someone who's getting into streaming, would you recommend just a good mic plugged straight into the PC or an entry-level mixer for audio setups? Honestly, I'd probably recommend just get going with a USB mic. I think until you notice a limitation with that, like they sound pretty good and it's just going to get you going. And I think there's more important things than pausing in your tracks to learn how to deal with a completely separate interface just for audio mixing.
Yeah, cross that later. The big kind of saying is, do you want a consumer or professional object? Like you go to Target and you're going to see Rode microphones that plug straight into USB. That is a consumer product, but it's exactly what you would need to just get going. A professional product, you're not going to find at Target, and you're going to have to order it online. And like I'm constantly moving meters here because Final Fantasy is actually kind of weirdly mixed, because sometimes it'll be like, hey, what's happening? What music? And then it'll be like, like full. And so I'm constantly moving my personal mixer around based on what I want the levels to be. But just getting going. Just get going.
Yeah, just start playing. You could kind of half step it. You could get an XLR connection microphone, and then any sort of XLR to USB interface. The one I used to use isn't made anymore, and I now have my own interface, so I have no need for it. So I don't know what is out there right now that has replaced it. It used to be a Blue brand. Blue is a microphone brand. They had a XLR to USB converter called an Icicle. I believe it's been discontinued. That's what I used to use. I'm sure there's something out there.
That was a great product because it took an XLR into USB, and you were already one step to owning the microphone that you'd want someday.
Yes, that's the half step, because the Icicle was like $30, I think.
Yeah, it was great.
So you get a halfway decent XLR microphone. You get something that takes that XLR signal, converts it to a USB signal, and then down the road, when you have the patience to learn an interface, you can then go buy that piece of kit. That's the only. But also, there's plenty of microphones that have both USB out and XLR out now as well. So there's all kinds of options. All kinds of options. Dakoth, thank you for the super. Said thanks for the recommendation on The Substance, Garrett. Comedy movie of the year. I'm glad that you thought it was I mean, it is funny in really disturbing ways. So, yeah. Kyle, you should watch The Substance so you know.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Really? You like afraid of it or something?
No,
like scary movies. It's not that scary.
I like scary movies. It's just that like I can only handle a movie once every month, and that's not on my list right now.
Okay, because it's probably my favorite movie of the year.
I'm glad. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I think I give it. I think I give it The Substance over Nosferatu, and I really liked Nosferatu.
I really want to see Nosferatu. Yeah, I need a lot of passion. You know, I get easily disturbed. I was disturbed by Wolverine and Deadpool, man. Like I spent like 2 days being like, oh shit. Wow, what if my friends
finish that thought?
Well, it'd be a spoiler technically for Deadpool and Wolverine, so but you know what I mean. Like, you know, there's some heavy thought, even if it's a comedy, there's some heavy thoughts in there.
200 versions of me from multiverses came out of portals and you had to kill them all?
Yeah, and one of them was his wife, which was adorable. That was a cute thing.
The baby pool was also one of his kids.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well, Nosferatu's definitely going to disturb you.
Yes, but I would
say you are probably more prone to being disturbed because you play Final Fantasy XIV almost daily, and other than that, you just consume a lot of child-friendly content. So I feel like if you ever did have a heart of steel for horror films, it's probably melted a bit.
I got big opinions on Paw Patrol right now, man. Let me tell you. Rocky is doing all the freaking work, and Zuma is just being left by the wayside. It is absolutely insulting.
I could not be paid to watch Paw Patrol. I forgot to tell you this on the podcast yesterday. Wicket, our little orange chihuahua, murdered our neighbor's blow up a bingo character for Christmas. The character from Bluey.
What? They
blew
him up?
So they have a Bluey and a Bingo like blow up Christmas lawn ornament.
Uh-huh.
So they were both up, and we were walking the dogs, and Wicket's on a leash, and we have those retractable leashes.
I see.
You don't have a dog,
yeah,
but I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I see what you're on.
Yeah. So we're going by, and she kind of goes up on their lawn, which we let them do because we're like, oh, maybe you need to poop or something, and we bring poop bags, so we let them poop on neighbors' lawns because we'll clean it up. And something just kind of startles her, and she just runs behind this inflatable Bingo character from Bluey, then runs under one of those string tethers that keeps it up. The string tether touches her in the butt. She yelps, and she just snap whips the whole leash like through this inflatable character, and you just see the light because it's illuminated die in Bingo as it slowly starts to deflate and fall on the lawn.
Bingo.
And it was the second day. It was the day right before the shortest day of the year. So it's only like 5:15. It's already pitch black. The dog in the house is freaking out. And I'm like, I gotta go knock and like apologize, like let them know what happened. I don't actually know if it's broken or not. And like I go and I ring their doorbell, which is a Ring doorbell, so there's a freaking camera. I can see the dog on their glass door, this giant golden retriever wanting to murder me. And no one ever answered. And I just know they were probably at like a kid's game or something, looking on their phone at this weirdo in his jogging clothes, waving at their Ring camera, and then they probably came home and were like, what the shit happened?
What happened to Bingo? What did you do to Bingo?
And they're usually out when we go for a run, and I haven't seen them the whole time. Bingo, apparently, it works. It was back up like the next day. I think it just unplugged from, they had a little like, extension cord. Anyway, that's my story. My orange dog felt threatened by cartoon orange dog and killed cartoon orange dog.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Happy New Year, Danners. Nerd, thanks for the super slidecasting tip. Oh no! Keep an emote visible on your screen. When the emote becomes pushable, you can slidecast. Oh, that's cute.
Okay.
What if I like doing it by vibes? What if that's how I like doing it?
Slide into the vibes.
Slide to the left.
Let's see. I mean, I've got emotes on my screen. Let's see what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah. Metallic is about to swap from an orange to a pink GG.
Oh, interesting. It's like a perfect. Hi, Metallic. Sorry. Let's see here. Hotbar 6. Let's make you giant for the chat. I do this all for you, chat. By the way, if you're a phone user, that's why everything's so big. My eyes are fine. I see the comments. My eyes are fine. Okay. All right.
Dude, all we're going to do today is just us freaking airing our grievances. That's all this has become.
In pre.
This all this
how do you get ready for Savage? You emotionally prepare.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why slidecasting pisses me off so much?
Yeah, go for it.
Because no one ever says it when you do it right. There's another half of this that we don't even talk about, which is typing greed, which I actually do kind of find amusing. But here's the thing: if you plant your feet, so I did a Black Mage stream while you were gone, Kyle. Got my Black Mage to level 70. I'm still working on it. Took some tips from chat. It was a great learning experience. They really helped me out. I mean this. But so I did a bunch of dungeons, and in those dungeons I slidecasted. But no one ever typed slidecasted when I actually slidecast, Kyle. I was standing there planting my feet as a telegraphed attack went off underneath my feet, and here's what happens. You either move sooner, like you either move and don't complete a cast because you know that the telegraph will end even if you slide cast to get your damage in to avoid the attack. And that's when someone's going to say, does he even know about slide casting? Because I made an educated decision that I would rather not take this damage, and I know even with slide casting, I'm going to take this damage. That's when you get someone in chat typing slide casting. And if you plant your feet and deliver the attack and take damage from that attack, you get greed. And if you plant your feet, but you still slide cast, but you still take damage because snapshotting is a thing in this game, you still get told you were greeted. And nobody's like, holy shit, he knows about slide casting.
I was
There are attacks. There are attacks where you just do need to move and stop. You need to stop delivering damage.
Yeah,
But nobody ever types that. No one ever types that paragraph into.
No, well,
into
yeah,
chats.
it's not. Yeah, it's easier to have a negative opinion than a positive one. But I don't know. You see, in my opinion, I was in the one that ends with B, Scree, the Scree optional dungeon in the desert.
Scree beast.
And I was running with a black mage.
Oh, it was optional. Sorry.
And we got to the Ratika Greatwood dungeon pull where you do the little wall thing. And I was with a black mage that didn't do the wall thing. They just stood in the poop the entire time. And as the healer, I feel like they did it once. They saw me go, oh, here you go. And they were like, cool, you're into this. And I was into it. So they just stood there and took all of them. And I had something to do. So in that case, I think that you can. It is socially acceptable to me that you stand in one to test if the healer is interested in that kind of thing. To test the waters. And if they don't heal you, you go, they're not into that kind of thing. But if they do heal you,
what if you find out that healer is a streamer and you go to their stream afterwards? Like you were unaware of this in the moment. I go in, I'm unaware that the healer is a streamer.
Yeah.
I go in on my black mage. I do what you're saying. I take one to the face. And I'm like, oh, they are into that because they healed me. And then I proceed to just greed my ass off, make the healer adjust, and deliver damage without moving. But then afterwards, someone's like, hey, Garrett, that was a streamer. And I go check their stream, and the whole time they're like, this fucking black mage. What a dick.
You just made content for that streamer smiley face is what chat said. Like, you gave them something to talk about. You know, they're on their 5th dungeon of the day. They're bored out of their minds. They're trying to come up with something to talk about. I watched all the reacts. All right. And now at least they can go off on your sorry ass.
I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. Oh, my word. Gabgano, thanks for the super earlier. For some players, a clear isn't enough. I think that's fair. I think that is fair. And yeah, I think Kyle and I more or less kind of hashed out. I think we said our piece on like, listen, we're here to have a good time. We do want to learn, but we'll let you know when we want to learn. We don't know whether we want to learn right there in that exact moment, or we're not receptive to learning. And as emotional beings, we'll let you know when we have it in us to look inward. That's it's kind of like a backseating rule. Like when I was playing through Metaphor, I'm like, I'll let you know if I want to backseat. I'll make it very clear, chat. If I want to know how I can get to this locked door in a dungeon. I mean, I'll let you know. I'll ask directly.
So I'm gonna say that I think this tip is really good. I think this is really solid. Slidecasting is actually a lot bigger than I thought it was, thanks to this emoji tip. And I might rock it for a little bit. I think this is a pretty solid tip.
It's a decent amount. All right, let me take a look real quick. Where are my emotes, by the way? We got a bunch on the right side here.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, that's about where I thought it was. Yeah, it's like the last 1/8 of your bar.
Last 1/8.
Like if you divided it into 8, like the length of your cast bar into 1/8, it's like the final 1/8.
1 second. Sorry for the interrupt. Adabelle, are you sure? I believe these are quite expensive. These are grade 2s. I have lots of grade 1s, but thank you. I will accept trade. Appreciate it. 8?
Oh, it depends on the spell and the cast time. Okay.
I guess it is kind of like an 1/8. Honestly, my brain almost feels like it's like an 1/8 of that, but you have like a 1/3 of the full global.
If it's a faster spell, then it that's going to mess with the ratio. That's a very good point,
right?
Chad.
And
Thank
you're a black mage because your spells are longer than mine.
Well, it does depend on the spell. Like Fire 3 is 3 3/5 or 3.3 seconds, but Fire 4 is 2.6 seconds. So the faster cast, the slide casting will be available visually sooner on the cast bar.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. It's about half a second plus 2 times your ping, roughly. That's math I can definitely do on the fly in my head. I like the emote tip. That's easier.
I mean, I get why now Because what I was doing was I was doing this. I was letting the spell complete, and then I was taking a step and letting the spell complete and then taking a step, and I never got the credit for slide casting. So I was aware you could clip the end of the spell. I didn't realize until this emote tip that it was as large as it is, which is decently large.
Yeah, it's
the hard part.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like where I think like a training dummy a little bit like kind of gets in the way, because like when you're doing it in a controlled environment like this, you're like, oh yeah, no, this is like easy mode. But when you're actually doing it in a fight and you're pressured, yeah, for like Fire 4, it's almost like the last quarter. Oh, but like, see, that time I screwed it up.
Yeah, and I find the skill issue of it actually stopping walking in time. And I took a lot of comfort watching the Fru day one in how much their one button was flashing. Like, they were just constantly hitting this button. And in other games you play, when you stream them, people will be like, oh, why is he always pressing the button? That's so frustrating for me personally to watch. So I took a lot of comfort knowing that these top-end players were hitting one constantly. And I thought that probably sounds weird if you only watch Final Fantasy XIV. But in MOBAs and everything else, if you're pressing needless buttons, you will get called out as being frustrating to watch.
My brain just goes to, maybe you just had a frustrating audience.
Maybe, but there's going to be different cultures everywhere you go. I mean, obviously, like universal turn off error noises. No one wants to hear, I need a target. I need a target. I need a target. Everyone agrees that's something.
I always forget to turn that off on new characters. Like when we were doing hardcore. I'm fine with that because I'm like, yeah, that would be, if I was watching this that would be annoying. Thank you for reminding me. No, but yeah, everyone's different. It's like the amount of comments we get that are like, could you please put chat on screen? And then one time when we did have chat on screen, we got a bunch of, oh my God, please take chat off screen. What are you doing? Like, it's a completely impossible task of pleasing everybody. And so I just try not to worry about it too much. And I just do what I want, which is not having chat on screen.
Oh, and I'm not trying to please everyone. Honestly, I just like being inviting. Like that to me is like a basic, let me show you where the bathroom is the first time in my house kind of gentlemanly thing to do.
Yeah.
Hey, I know you just got here and you probably don't need to take a shit. But by the way, should it ever come up, because that happens sometimes and I want you to feel comfortable, need to prepare.
Sometimes, man, it's a long drive in.
That's sometimes, right? Sometimes it happens.
Coffee hits different in the last 20 minutes of the trip. Fitchell, thanks for the super. For real, my static sometimes does nothing except heals to learn a dance. Forget all button press and just live. Yeah, and that's nice. That's where my head's at, and that's like another little layer to my like always be casting is just kind of, I think, an unhelpful thing to say. Like when you're learning a new fight, I would rather have all 7 other people in my party be concerned with learning a fight than be concerned with their uptime. You may not agree with that, but I don't think you have to. But that's how I feel. I would rather you want to learn mechanics than care about your own personal uptime until we actually know it well enough that we are going to clear. That's when I want you to then switch over to doing your job correctly in addition to the mechanics.
I mean, we didn't plan it this way, but what a treat it was to have Shenpai and Jocat be our first Savage experience in that regard. Like, just being with them. Yeah, we could do some experience. Dude, I'm going to... Because you know me. Like, I just said earlier.
Oh, you're baiting comments. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
yes,
No,
100% our first Savage experience.
Because I'm a curious person and I don't trust anybody, but I want to learn things. I already had my first Savage experience. M1S is going to be easy. I may be wrong, but these are the assumptions I've now made in my head, which I am sharing with you. At any rate, having that experience with such delightful, joyous people. And it was so powerful, so wonderful when Joe Cat was like, no, so stop the video. Let's just do that again. You know, actually, that was pretty okay. Let's do it again. You know, I feel pretty good about that, but let's do it again. Was incredible. And I felt like, I mean this as a full comment, and I'm going to prep it as that just in case it comes out wrong. I felt like I got to travel 5 years in the future and see what Garrett will become with Shenpai. Like,
oh my God!
The comfort of those shot calls it was so zen. It was so beautiful. It took zero brain space. It was amazing being in their presence and getting to hear how they treat this game so casually when we're busting our butts to pull off standing on X's correctly. And I felt simultaneously.
I will say I aspire to that level of being able to, on a dime, go from like shitpost meme lord yucking around energy after a wipe to immediately to just like relaxed shot calls to vibe to. Like, that is what I will say. I aspire to that. That's fair. Sorry, I thought you were going to say knowing every job in the game.
Oh, no.
I'm like, no, please don't put that on me.
No. You got to. I need you to edit video at the end of the day, too.
I never want to learn machinist. Don't make me learn machinist.
I think, there's a lot of jobs I have on my list. I definitely have some jobs not on my list. And I think that's healthy.
That's fair. Lo-fi shot calls to relax and prog to. Yeah, I love that. Hell freaking yeah. Vane, thanks for the super. You do more damage if you don't die. That sums up the reasoning for learn mechanics first tactic. Yeah, and I saw one go by. I can't find it now, so I'm sorry I can't give you credit. Whoever said it that said I agree with you, Garrett, but I also find dying to enrage really infuriating. That's fair, but if you die to enrage, that means you've fulfilled my need. That means you now know the fight well enough to clear it, which is when that's when I swap to, all right, now you need to care about your uptime. Now you need to worry about doing your job correctly. So there's all of that. Daisy, thank you for the generous super that I'm just now getting to. I've been a part of the Gearbox and eventually the FC for almost a year now. And the reason I love watching and experiencing this game with you guys is because you're not perfect. Keep having fun. You helped me have fun again. Thank you for that. Oh, well, thank you very much. Daisy.
Awesome.
That's not only generous, but very sweet. Yeah, like I don't think I ever will be perfect, but doesn't mean I don't want to learn, but I don't always want to learn right now, this exact moment, that right now in time. Like, give me some time to come down off of what might be an emotional low
and process.
Exactly. And really, just I don't know. We're gonna have a rule soon that just says if anyone typing always be casting will be banned. That'll be a new rule.
It's not for them. It's not because of them, and we fear what they'll do in the channel. It's just we fear for us and what we'll do to the channel should we address it with what we just spent half an hour talking about.
Wait, what is that? Oh,
if anything, we should ban ourselves if we see that, and take a step back. But yeah, always be baking cookies. Exactly. Always be baking cookies.
I have apparently pissed off every single striking dummy and can currently not change jobs.
Oh yeah, make sure to apologize. You gotta apologize.
But I thought I did, and I guess more than one training dummy was mad at me. Fish, thanks for 26 months. Enjoy the learning and getting as good as is fun for you. If y'all are having fun, then most of us here in chat will be having fun too. I 100% agree with that. That is a huge piece of advice I would give anyone who wants to get into content creation. Unless you want to be a rage baiter, in which case, more power to you. It's not the type of content that I particularly enjoy. But hey, some people have gotten very rich being miserable. So I like misery in small, entertaining doses.
I mean, I assume they're just, wiping their tears with dollar bills, but we all need to feel fulfilled at the end of the day.
They're zombie landing.
Yeah, zombie landing.
Yeah. Corio, 31 months. Thank God for Kyle indeed. Amen. I feel like I'm back in church. Gatsu, thanks for the super. I rather have some people who don't do damage but know the mechanics than someone who does a lot of damage and doesn't know mechanics 100% of the time. So, GL. Hell yeah. All right, we got that.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah. I mean, that's just surviving, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Only perfection said I love bad decisions, make them all the time. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm a huge supporter of bad decisions.
Nonstop.
Air gauge supered. Playing healer or tank has a little bit of stress associated with them. Switching DPS is like a relaxing vacation, especially a ranged DPS with no movement restrictions like Dancer or Machinist. Join the lazy side. DPS. I will say, like our last few pulls on Silky, I felt that with Dancer. I don't feel that way about melee in this game. I find positionals really annoying and I don't like them. I don't think it's relaxing at all.
You weren't here for that stream, but we had a rather long chat about what would you give melees to increase their complexive nature without positionals, because everyone kind of agreed nobody liked them. That's a whole conversation. I won't start that up again, but it is an interesting thought.
It's going to happen because we've mentioned it, and chat is probably going to comment on it.
It's a fascinating thought. However, everybody would rather not do them. But it does kind of feel cool, but not that many times in a row, and most bosses are big anyway, so they don't matter anyway. I don't know. It's weird.
The last time I brought it up, there were a bunch of people who were like, no, Garrett, you're wrong. They're great.
Cool.
Yeah.
But then why did they go away on so many boss fights?
Because it's too restrictive for the boss design. That's I'm with you. Actually, yeah. My take is if they were so good, why would you get rid of them on boss designs? I think they're bad. And
even the designers don't like them.
Designers of this game have realized that they're bad.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I think we should bring in the old RPG mechanic where you had to select on a grid tile the correct order in order to enter your spell. A more modern take of that would be like Magicka, where you had to combine the right elements.
I was going to go with Helldivers.
Oh, yeah, Helldivers, too. Yeah.
Call it in an ordinance.
Yeah, exactly. I got to cast Fire 5.
Yeah. Yeah, just not my thing. Not my thing. I don't know. There's always added complexity to being melee in like the all MMOs that I've done endgame content on, because there's just always boss mechanics that you need to get the shit out of. That's the added complexity. And then you get to complain because you're melee while all of the range stand in the back and laugh at your life decisions.
Yeah,
that's MMO rating. That's how it's always been. That's how it's always going to be.
Blizzard at its classic best made extremely imbalanced decisions that balanced by their absurdity. And that's why StarCraft's an amazing game, because unlike Red Alert, where everything's the same outside of a couple like ultimates, the Zerg are extremely different than the Protoss, extremely different than the Terrans. And I think that in like the BC days, a rogue's damage was so freaking high in a fight that was good for them, and it blew complete ass in a fight that was bad for them. And that kind of balanced out, and it was sort of engaging. But if I was a designer, I would 100% want the homogenization of Final Fantasy XIV. I would absolutely want 2-minute timers in my game to just clean up all my math and make it way easier.
I don't think I've played enough jobs well enough to give my take on the 2-minute the 2-minute window.
It's more just that it exists and it's a tool used to make everybody do things in a certain rhythm. And it cuts out a lot of complexity. Whether or not you enjoy it, I think that's fair to say. You haven't played enough, but I think you know it exists enough to know like it's there, and it might not be particularly engaging.
Yeah, it's. I I'm more drawn to asymmetry, so I think I find it more aesthetically pleasing when I come to a multi-class game, a multi-job game, a multi-race game. If we're talking about real-time strategy, like I prefer StarCraft to non-asymmetrically designed real-time strategy games. Like I don't want to just play. Like, what is it? Command and Conquer was like that, right? There was no asymmetry to that.
Yeah, and that's why it was
the same shit.
It was very boring outside of space and the fabulous cutscenes therein.
Yeah, yeah. I'm typically drawn to asymmetry, but I've only been an end game player of Final Fantasy XIV for a few months now, so I need more time. I need more jobs at max. I need more experience and more understanding of more jobs to see if it really bugs me. When dances started clicking, it didn't bother me, but that's only one example. So, yeah. Reverse Aquamath, 10 months says, don't let the no-lifers and tryhards trick you into treating this like WoW. You get the same rewards for a messy clear and a perfect run. I mean, that's...
A win's a win. Hell yeah.
I'm glad you're on my side, Reverse Aquamath. That might be... You might be taking it a little further than I want to take it. But thanks for being on my side. A win's a win. That's I live my life a quarter mile at a time. That's the wrong Fast and the Furious reference I want to make right now. It doesn't matter if it's by an inch or a mile. A win's a win.
There you go.
That's the Fast and the Furious reference I want to make right now. That's yeah. And deeper. Hi, welcome to our stream. Here's Garrett and Kyle lore. We disagree on most. Kyle, would you say that we disagree on most things and we don't share a lot of personality traits?
That's fair.
You want to know the thing we definitely 100% share?
What's that?
We share a brain cell on one thing for sure, and it's that we disrespect everything until we learn the hard way why we should.
And that's the point of video games, because real life has fall damage every time. But maybe this game doesn't. Let's find out.
Yes. We don't want to read a manual for an entire day before going and trying how to use the thing. I'd rather use the thing, break it, buy replacement parts, put it back together.
But marry someone who does. That freaking Kristen's amazing, and she reads a book before she does anything, and oh my god, it saves my life. So find your opposite, but stream with someone who's like you in that regard. I think the excitement about the update for the next expansion having the 2-minute window removed is likely incorrect. I think it would be amazing if they give it the treatment they've been giving PvP and they got rid of the tick. That would be crazy if that's their update. They're doing it for PvP. They did it for some of your... Yeah, the whole like being on server and all that. Like you have abilities that cast instantly, or PvP has abilities that have animations before them and then go off. Like they've invented some tech that they're leaking into these other areas and some in-game abilities outside of PvP that they could do a whole rework on. And I think that'd be way more interesting than getting rid of 2 minutes.
I don't think they're comparable.
No, but each take an equal amount of effort.
I don't know. Yeah, Flame Tusk. Yeah, that was kind of where I was at. I'm like, I don't really think these are comparable, but I kind of see.
They're not the same. What I'm saying is, like, to request the devs do both those at the same time, I think would be a lot in a single update. It could happen all at once, which would be amazing. But I'm introducing an either or.
It would. Yeah, it's a tough. That's another deep well. Can you have an easy take? Can you have a take that's about
Apple
the depth
pie
of a
is
kiddie
amazing.
Pool? Okay, cool. I think it's fine. It's not one of my favorites, but yeah, there we go. That's
okay, there we go. Nice and easy take.
Moving on and thanking Colby for saying that a clear is a clear. Thank you, Colby. I agree. Pablo, thanks for your super chat. First super chat ever. Go beat Stone, Sky, and Sea, guys. I need to unlock it first, actually.
That's on the docket today, actually. Yes, I gave Garrett I've already done it, unlocking it. There's a brand new one in this expansion. We're going to go do that. We're going to do the in-game version of trees. and see what it actually feels like and what kind of information we get out of it.
I'm just going to keep replying to pies. Yes, I have had Dutch apple pie. I'm just not I don't think fruit is dessert in nearly any application.
I mean,
I think fruit is a disappointing dessert.
Sometimes you're on a diet and you're like, damn, this apple's freaking amazing. So it can happen.
I have dieted pretty hardcore, and I have never had that feeling. I've always eaten the apple and gone, God damn it, I hate this diet.
Well, what kind of apples are you eating? Like, hang on now. I don't mean to pumpkin pie you here.
Oh, here it is.
But do you have like a Honey Crisp? Are you going for like a Granny Smith, a Crappy Smith?
No, I like a lot of acid if I'm eating fruit, and so I'm a green apple fan. I like acid. I like sour. So I want that sweet
Cosmic
green
Crisps
apple.
are pretty good. Yeah, Cosmic Crisps. Those are good.
Yeah.
There are many kinds of apples.
I want a green apple. I want pears to stay away from my mouth.
The window of opportunity on a good pear is just too small.
To me, a pear is just a disappointing apple.
Why are you giving me tuna macabobs?
Just enjoy, man.
Okay,
just eat
all right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just eat them. Just thank Doss for a super chat. It says, since Kyle was away, he missed it. I got my Sailor Moon paintbrush thanks to GG Map Runs.
What's the Sailor Moon paintbrush?
Can confirm. Oh, dude, it looks Sailor Moon AF.
All right, where am I looking?
Yeah.
Are you here in game? Does anyone have this paintbrush for me to see?
Oh, I believe I'm also being given some. Oh, thank you for the tuna Mika Bob. Much appreciated. Give you a bow. The tuna Mika Bob. Yeah, let's freaking.
Yeah, we'll look out for it, Das. We'll find it.
Phantom Ghost said you're getting ready for Savage by observing Festivus. Exactly. It's the airing of grievances. Yeah. It's Festivus for the rest of us. Are you a Seinfeld fan?
I've only seen the whole thing once. I enjoyed my time.
Okay, so you have seen the whole thing. I mean, for you, that's a glowing endorsement.
I had fun.
There's no one in my life that has seen less live action anything than you.
That's fair.
So, I've been watching that new Penguin show. I'm like, this is so good. Kyle's never going to watch this.
The Penguin? Oh, no. I did read all of Kaiju number 8 over the break, though. That was delightful.
I have that in my queue on Crunchyroll right now.
Because it ended, and I just wanted to see more. So I did the dad jungle gym, which is when you have an under-year-old and they can't walk, so you just lay on the ground and you read manga like this and let them just crawl over you and try to protect your face while you do it.
Ah, nice. We finished season 1 of Oshinoko. Season 2 is not on Crunchyroll for some godforsaken reason. Or no, Hulu. Season 2 is not on Hulu, which is where we watched that. We've been rewatching Chainsaw Man because the movie just got announced. Almost done with Bartender. We kind of fell off that for a bit. It's very good. I just got distracted by other shows. That's Garrett's anime update.
Escaflowne's under lock and frickin' key. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but you have to buy it for $3 an episode on Apple TV, or you cannot watch it anywhere right now.
This is why I'm going back to buying physical media.
I know.
I'm so sick of this.
I'm gonna get out my PS3 and use my discs to watch it.
The new Bartender Rasner, the old Bartender is I think unwatchable. It's not great. The new one's really good. Bartender Glass of God, highly recommend. Katie and I are enjoying it. Oh, and I've been just putting on Cowboy Bebop when I'm bored. I'm on another Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, it's so good, dude. It's so classy. It's so classy. It's so freaking good. It was on the other day and Katie came out. She's just like, damn, this looks good. I'm like, right? She's already seen it. She forgot that she saw it, but yeah. It was like when we moved in together, I was like, okay, there's a few things you need to see if we're going to share out a roof. This is one of them.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Little wings and all that. Yeah. It's very moon escalation. Okay. Yeah. I see it. I see it. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you like the old one? Okay. I'm sorry. I found the old one very, very dull. I didn't. But Kyle and I have talked about that. I don't like it. I don't like it when a TV show basically goes full like stage play delivery. And that's what the original rendition of Bartender is like. Just people talking directly at the audience in horrible overacting ways. Like I cannot get into that kind of stuff.
We all have our preferences.
Yeah, some people like hate musicals. I hate address the audience like it's a play when it's not a play. Like, stop it. If I wanted to watch a play, I'd go to the theater. So that's my
geez,
thing.
It spins.
There it is. You found
That's
it.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Look at it go. Yeah, with the bow on it too.
Freaking
That's
adorable.
ridiculous.
Freaking adorable. Vala, thanks for the 26 freaking months. All spells in the game are actually half a second shorter than what is advertised. This is when you can slide. Makes sense.
So while
There's
we're
also
back on
pain
that
to
topic,
consider.
very quickly,
Oh no.
we were sent a video of slide casting.
Oh god damn it! I was
As
about
an
to say,
example.
if you say slide casting,
I'm sorry, but I want to know, like,
cool.
do you actually do this? Like, I know, because this is an example, and I appreciate the example, but they are moving back and forth every single time. Is this something you do?
No, why? Why would you?
To
You can
like
go in any
to
direction.
like keep it up, you know what I mean? Like doing random APM things while you're building your first drones to make sure you know are ready for late game.
Some people are saying yes.
I mean, like I can see the value in that. I mean, obviously there's warm ups, there's practice, but doing it all the time would keep you spry and ready.
It would. You would have to change directions on Black Mage if you're standing in your ley lines, which would suck.
Oh, yeah, hey, well done. Nice caveat. That was good.
I hate the idea of that, but it would keep you ready to move at all times because you're already thinking about it.
Well,
So
and your
also
spells
I would
are longer,
look
so
less cool.
yeah. So if anything, you've probably absorbed more requests for me to slide cast, seen them and thought, no, that's weird. I don't slide cast.
Well, on a Dark Knight, you don't.
Well, yeah,
There's
because most of your shit.
the only thing I get slide cast is teleport or the return.
Yeah, I mean that's like I don't slide cast on Samurai because everything's instant except for when I go, shit, stop moving, shit, come on, stop doing it. Fine, laser.
Cole, thanks for the 2 months. Said if you don't know, you can unlock a mode called Stone Sky Sea. We're going to. That's what we're gonna do. That is exactly what we're going to do today. Eventually, when we're done airing our grievances and having deep mechanical debates with almost 1,000 people at the same time.
It's important.
Vigil, thanks for the super addendum. It can be hard to learn a fight without timing your rotation to the mechanics. Different learning styles for different folks and situations. That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, I think I still would make an argument for it's gonna be hard to learn if we're failing body checks, which in Sphene was nothing but body checks.
True.
So in that case, it's like I don't care if your DPS is good. I want to learn this fight, and you're in between me and learning this fight. So I think that's why I feel the way that I feel. Which Savage raids are we doing for? We're doing MLNS this Thursday.
Yep.
It's our first time being current in the game, so our first Savage is going to be the current Savage.
Yep, we're going to be doing
we're
the, if you saw Silky, you'll know how we kind of did it there. We're going to go in, see a mechanic, watch the guide up to the point, master that mechanic. I did air quotes in case Garrett wasn't looking at the video. And then we will move on to the next mechanic with the knowledge that we gained of the previous mechanic, and bam, bim, bizzle. We'll
Master the mechanic.
Yeah, exactly.
Quote.
Yeah, air quotes. Yes.
Master the mechanic.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Jeez. I'm getting oil from my microphone stand on my fingies.
Do we have a team?
That is
Yes. So it's not going to be
Sort
a
of.
full-blown static. What we have is a channel in the Discord. If you go to the Looking for Group channel, you can tag us to join it. Basically, if you have the gear, if you have the desire, if you have the experience, we'd love to have you. You're welcome to join that channel. That'll create a pool of people where we will post the party password first to before opening it to the wider audience so that we kind of build a group. There's about 53 people in there right now that we can get to know, get to hang out with, know you guys are on par. And that also means we kind of have a dedicated tabletop. Should something happen, should somebody be dramatic, a troll, just not up to snuff, we can say, hey, I'm sorry, but we're going to need to remove you from this pool of players. Maybe you can come back in the future, and we can manage that kind of space.
Yes. Yeah, that whole thing. But also, yeah, we want a big enough pool for just scheduling issues.
Yeah, and so like
clearing and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the last thing I want is for someone to be like, "Oh my God, I'm raiding tonight, guys. I can't make it. Oh, who's gonna fill that?" And like have this whole scheduling, and then we're trying to manage all these different things, and then we have to say, "Oh wait, I can actually make it. Oh, sorry, we already gave our spot away." Like, hopefully we can create a very casual kind of environment where we get to know you all, and maybe eventually, just by nature of it, go like, you know what, this is really working. We'll try to do even harder content together. We'll take this group, maybe the select group, into something like an ultimate down the road. But for now, this feels healthy and manageable.
Yes. Yeah. So not a full on static. We have some folks that, if they're available, are going to always be invited. We're going to make a larger Azumi Rolodex. Like, Azumi's basically a static mate at this point. I trust Azumi. I like Azumi running with us. But yeah, we're going to get some more folks. So yeah, we're going to learn as we go, figure out what's best for everybody. Because also, like, I don't know. I don't have any illusions, man. Like, I figure we're going to struggle a bit. We probably won't one night clear any, if any of these.
Maybe MS1.
Because eventually a patch will drop that will get rid of the requirement to re-clear.
Yes.
But until that patch drops, re-clearing will be a concern. So we do need some flexibility.
Yeah, and someone's asking if they can join if they have the gear but no experience. Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is the kind of environment we're building. I will say, like, and this is my kind of DM table serious face. You know I like candles. You know I set up. You know I turn on the good music. And it ain't Lord of the Rings. Like, atmospheric, good shit that's going to get us all into character. But when I'm in character, when the table's ready, when I'm DMing, there aren't going to be any rescues down the holes. You know, I don't cotton to that kind of thing. As much as I am a wacky guy, when the DM hat's on, it's time to cast some wizard spells.
The hat stays on.
The hat stays on. Exactly.
Yeah. We're figuring it out. Yeah, because we talked about a static, and we're like, don't really want to force 6 other people to deal with our streamer bullshit, or that to be expected every single time. Yeah, there were all kinds of things we've talked about. We also talked about, like, what if we just take everyone that's ever cleared an extreme with us, and we make a chat room out of that, and we pull from that, and it's just like, well, at that point,
might as well
because
I was
they cleared an extreme without us, like sure, come on in, why not? So yeah, this is what we're gonna start with. Folks asking if they can be our coach. We're not looking for real-time coaches. It's still going to be mostly me and Kyle on comms.
Yes,
you know,
it'll
in the
just
future we might bring some streamers on to help us, but we definitely want this first Savage to just kind of be. We want to go in and kind of just have the GG experience, see what it's like. Have that experience, just the two of us, and 6 of our closest nonverbal friends.
Yep. We talk enough for the room, okay? We don't need to clear comms with more people. And
yeah. So that's our thought for the moment. Paul Scott said, I think the goal, especially for healers, is to be able to switch between optimization brain and prog brain in the same pull and know which to use when. I think it's a good way to think about it.
Yeah, I'm also terrified to limit test healing while progging. Last thing I'd want to do, and it happened too in Sphene Extreme when we switched phases into the final phase, and she did the big burst. I was in, oh hey, maybe I don't have to use a bunch of heal. I can let my heals over time, and everybody died. So. Also, if my co-healer healed less and was less awesome, I wouldn't have overhealed so much. So, take that into account. Because my healing would have actually hit real health bars. So, shout out to my amazing co-heals.
Hell yeah. A Moosable Super. I love watching you guys, and I always need to remind myself that not everyone plays the same way, and that is what is great about watching you guys. It's a window into a more fun side of playing.
Yeah,
I'm sure you are a very fun player, Moosable. Give yourself more credit. Spamwing Duck Super. Honestly, I want a 30-second meta where every 30 seconds something cool happens. So mostly 30, 60, 90, and 120 timers. And don't forget to like the stream. Oh, well, okay. Well, thank you. That'd be interesting.
I mean, more awesome stuff more the time, right? Like, there's shit. There's some weird shit. Like the Final Fantasy 15 event where you tossed the sword and teleported. Holy shit. Like, this game is capable of some insane mobility and spells, but we hold that back. Can we have a little bit of that? Like, a little bit of that?
The 16 one was just like the active dodge maneuver was freaking
that was
cool.
Fun, right?
Honestly, it just made me want to play Dancer because you can kind of already do that. But yeah. Rogue Mage supered that perspective melee DPS for Thursday here. Clear is a clear is a clear. Re-clears on subsequent weeks is where you can worry about getting less messy. Here, Rogue Mage.
Here.
Yeah. Zachary, thanks for the generous super. So my contribution to the Savage device specifically for tank and healer, I learn the mechanics, pick what resources you want to use on it based on when you next need to heal, and then do that consistently every pull. Good luck Thursday. This is something I very much started to pick up on for the first time really during Extreme Speed. Like tank busters are usually a surprise for me because I'm doing fights for the first time. But on Speen, like I'm like, all right, we're out of the wind transition. Immediately I need to start getting my mitts rolling because the tank buster's coming in. And I need to also look up because sometimes Azumi pulled threat on me and other times Azumi did not pull threat on me. And I needed to see who is actually currently actively taking the boss so we can manage taunts. And that's just an example of that. That's just, my brain hasn't really thought about too many fights that way. Maybe like our longer extremes started to, get a feel for that repetition. Like all the way back. Probably Shinryu. I bet Shinryu I had a feeling like about certain stuff. Like I remember remembering icicles and making some adjustments to what I'm pressing and when I'm pressing it because of that. But yeah. Now I am very used to tank swaps, Capgano, but that was like a specific instance where there was a variable in who was currently actively tanking. And then I think Azumi started making it easy on me by like shirking multiple times to make sure I was always the one with the threat. Angry Jen, thanks for the 2 frickin' years. What is your guys' static name going to be? I had one called NAFRA, North American Free Raid Agreement. We were split between US and Canada. Wonderful. Absolutely beautiful. No notes.
Well, we got, this is the Arcadian after all, so we have Tuna No Mercy and the Dusk Fight. So we need to come up with a team name based in that wrestling sphere.
We should just call it Gear Lockout.
Gear Lockout?
That's a thing that can happen. That is a bad thing that can happen to transmissions.
Okay.
You can get locked out of a gear.
I see it.
Should make some sort of transmission pun. Just team grinding.
Whale noises. Nice.
Ooh, okay. I could get into that. Guy on the left says, my static and I always laugh through the pain. We have clips and quotes and a quotes channel to review our funnier moments. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
That's great. Oh, I'm sorry, Das, that I'm just now seeing you're on your super for I'm on my way, but we found you.
We got you. So. We got you there.
You got there. And then Iprix just sent in a pie emote.
Sweet pie. All right, let's go get you. Well, we have a video. We had a video recommended. How to get into Savage.
So I'll go unlock this thing, and you can watch something.
No, it wasn't the slide. It was the it was the video of how to get into Savage that was made recently. We recommended that video. It's a 10-minute video.
Oh, gotcha.
We could watch that while you go do the unlock, since I've already done that. Because I believe that's right outside of Idleshire, if I remember correctly.
Well, that's why we were out there, and then I teleported with you to the
because we wanted to go
house.
see. And then after we unlock it, I believe it's not like a hunts thing. We can just go straight to Solution 9 and get the next phase. We don't have to go to Stormblood and Shadowbringers. And
oh, so you can load up the current target.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Rogue thanks for the super. GG Blue update. Pothy led us to clears against Ravana, Extreme Bismarck, Extreme Lakshmi, Extreme last week. We're now studying for our first raid to get the Morble mount. Blinding Coils 5, Twintania. That's a lot. You did a lot. It's a lot of stuff. I remember having a surprising amount of fun in Lakshmi Extreme.
That was a fun night. Yeah, that was
for a boss I talk a lot of shit about.
I mean, it was.
If you have reached,
it was a decently fun time. Certainly.
I have this. Why do I have this quest? I have a check mark over this person's head. Why do I have a check mark over this person's head?
Maybe you're just grabbing random things in Idleshire. We were.
I think I was.
We were questing. You know, like we were just playing the game back then. We didn't know what we were doing.
I think I was visiting Idleshire enough at one point that I'm like, I want to get the quest out of here because it's distracting. What is happening to my face?
You were turning into my options for putting this video to you.
Oh, gotcha. Sucrose Rewards, thank you for the 19 months. Grind casting could be our exposure therapy. Maybe it'll help get me there.
Always be grinding. Yeah, how can we make this like extra triggering so we'll just completely
always be grind casting.
And it hurts my soul. How can we do this?
ABGC. I think we call it ABGC.
It sounds official.
Abagak. You gonna join Abagak?
Let's see. Let's look it up. Let's make sure it's available.
Sure there's nothing horribly offensive that uses that acronym.
The American Board of Genetic Counseling. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I don't know.
Oh my God. Gavgano says our team should just be called Do They Know?
Do They Know? Ooh. That's
Trigger
simple.
A streamer in less than 5 seconds. Type Do They Know? Oh my God. Why are there 27 mentions? Oh God. Yeah, because we mentioned the looking for group channel. Oh God.
I got that. I'll handle that later.
Oh
I got
God.
that. Yeah, I'll get people in there. Yeah. I'm excited so many people want to join.
Thank you for taking.
I'll try to figure out some sort of tagging system so people can like put their roles in there and stuff. But well, baby steps right now. Baby steps.
Ooh, Kyle wants to role play.
Yeah, I sure do.
Truth or Yawn, excuse me.
Okay, we got a video here. It's by.
Give him the shout out.
Well, it's kind of. There's a lot of words. I'm doing my best. You tell me. What does this say?
Your stuff is not high enough resolution for me to. I'm gonna just call that Caetsu.
Caetsu Chaiji with the extra ch on the background.
It could be Caetsu. Not sure. Anyway,
sound check.
If you have reached the point in Final Fantasy XIV,
you good?
Yes.
Okay.
14, where you either think you're ready for some savage raiding, or you're wondering how to figure out whether you are ready. But regardless or uncertain of where to start, you have come to the right place. We'll be going over all the things you need to advance to savage raiding, how to prepare you so you don't show up feeling like you missed something, and even going over how to figure out which way of approaching savage raiding is best for you. But before anything else, an important question is why you're looking to advance to harder content. Not necessarily savage, could just be extremes. Some players finish the main story, finish the optional dungeons and normal raids, essentially have...
Why is because strangers on the internet told me to.
Fair, but because they think you'd like it as well.
Some of them. I think others just want to watch me die.
Suffer, yeah.
The casual difficulty content in the game, and look to savage simply because that's the next thing on the list. Other players choose to get into extremes and savage specifically because they want a challenge, and yet others get into it because they want a specific reward, like a mount, a cool outfit, or just better gear. Depending on a combination of your personal skill level as well as motivation for doing hard content, this can be a deciding factor on whether hard content or More specifically, Savage raiding is something you should even seek out. An important thing to keep in mind is that Savage raids are entirely optional content and is in its own secluded bubble, where the only thing Savage raids can bar you from accessing is ultimates, which is even harder content that you probably have no interest in if Savage raids are not something you're into. My advice here is that if you're getting into hard content seeking a challenge, then go for it. This might be exactly what you desire. However, if you're here to get better equipment, just to have better equipment, consider that this better equipment is typically only better for 2 major patches, after which you have to do this all over again. This can be very frustrating if you force your way through this difficult content for the gear reward and not the journey. Similarly, if you're...
That's a good warning to give. That's a good warning to give. But it's not randomized in its stats, and the gear you get is easy to translate into the gear you want because it's that token system.
Yeah, my brain immediately goes to, if you're Kyle Ferguson and World of Warcraft catch-up gear makes you angry, beware.
But yeah, it's a fine warning to give.
In it for potential mount or other cosmetic reward, remember that it can take many clears before you get your reward. So again, if you're not enjoying it, I know it sounds a bit crazy, but it might actually be better for you to simply wait until the next expansion, where this particular duty will be significantly easier to overcome unsynced. And finally, if you're looking to get into hard content simply because it is the next step as far as you can see, hey, maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't. But the important part is to only continue onward if you actually find it fun. To that end, let's start with how you even unlock access to hard
do things because you like them.
Content. Pretty consistently, the only requirement to unlock an extreme or savage duty is to have fully completed the normal or hard version of that same duty.
Wait, why you show this? Is just flexing that you did it? Congrats.
For ultimates, you have to complete the final boss of the Savage Raid tier that happens to coincide with that ultimate's release period.
I want to see his manga. I want to see what he's doing. I hope there's actual art.
To the hard content is probably when is the...
That was the theme, right? Like we had the Gunpla guy who was making robot pictures.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what are you talking about?
And this guy is like doing a fanfic version of what happened in the Arcadian for his manga that he's releasing in Solution 9.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. I thought you were talking about the creator here. I'm like, this creator has a manga? What are you talking
maybe
about?
They do. I don't know. I can't say.
Right time to start Savage raiding. Should I wait until the next tier? And to that, if you want to Savage raid, the best time you can start is today. Sometimes today will be
but I have
on
a
the
schedule.
Let's start today.
Release day of a Savage raid tier. Sometimes today will be 2 months down the line. Sometimes it'll be 4 or 6 months down the line.
There you go.
The thing is, unless the next raid tier is like literally coming out tomorrow, tomorrow will be a worse day to start than today. The common reasoning is that the further in a given raid tier's relevant time period you get, the less players are interested in doing it from the very start with a first-timer. And the less first-timers there are to do it with. However, the longer you wait, the more this becomes true. At the same time, if you have 0 Savage raiding experience and start on day 1 of a new raid tier, you might be overwhelmed, as many of the players rushing out on day 1 do not have the patience for a rookie. For that reason, even if a new tier is coming out next week, trying what you have available to you today is always a good idea. So, now that we have covered the subjects of purpose and interest, let's go.
He had the disclaimer about it not being... I love when content creators try to cover their own asses because they've been on the internet to see the comments that misunderstood them in the first place, but no one did it better than Joe Cat, who had a green chicken in the corner anytime he said an opinion rather than a fact. That was peak cinema.
Is that
every
why
time.
he has a green chicken in the corner?
Well, in flashing of his, 300 hours of Final Fantasy to get good video?
Oh, I haven't watched that one.
Oh, okay. It's good. It's good. The green chicken helps a lot. It's a great mechanic.
Over where to actually start. A common question I've been asked by players wanting to get into Savage is, how do you know when you are ready? The hard truth here is you don't. You will probably know for sure when you enter Savage Duty and figure out that you've totally got this. Or you don't. However, a way to test your skill is to try and beat the current Unreal trial, which is typically, not always, but typically, easier than the other hard content on offer. Unreals are unlocked in Idleshare. Depending on how that goes, you can advance to some of the currently accessible extremes of the current expansion, or even go to specifically the newest one and see how that goes. If you overcome both of these tests,
we've done that.
Your next step would be Savage rating. Alternatively, if you feel these suggestions sound too intimidating...
Yeah, I was going to say, hit the pause button for a second. Like, Unreals are just kind of extremes brought up to modern standards. And like right now it's Byakuya, which is one of the easiest freaking extremes ever made.
Right. But that's why the video maker here was slotting that in before going to the extremes and even suggesting maybe skip to the most recent extreme to get that feeling out. I think that it was accurate. It was accurate. Okay. I was more. It
seemed like it seemed like a large spotlight on Unreal, which I'm like, I don't know. I would just skip that and just go to current extremes.
I agree, but I also don't know if there's any rewards in Unreal to be had in the first place.
Is there any rewards in Unreal?
I've never actually heard anything.
What do you get from doing Unreal? We haven't done an Unreal yet.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Maybe we should do an Unreal and have an educated opinion.
Yeah, maybe. So just skipping it.
There are mounts and money.
Mounts.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help you get into Savage.
Pay your way.
The final Savage and Extreme duties from the previous expansion unsynced, as they will typically still require a bit, if not a bunch of strategy to defeat reliably, but will have much lower stakes. Ultimately, trying different things to test your ability to overcome these challenges is the best way to figure out for yourself whether you are or are not ready for Savage.
Feeling good about myself.
The next step then is to prepare yourself for the content you aim to do, whether it is current extreme or Savage stuff, or something else. First, decide on what role and job you wish to play. Because of the weekly limitations on multiple of the gear sources you may rely on in hard content, being too broad in your choice will make you unable to properly maintain your equipment on all the jobs you wish to play. Furthermore, each job may approach a hard fight in a vastly different way, so constantly switching while learning a fight can make it very difficult for the information to properly stick. Ultimately, the main factor in choosing your main job and role is to choose the one you enjoy the most. However, if you are choosing between several, considerations such as which jobs are more popular or roles that tend to be hard to get filled can weigh in. For tanks and healers, for instance, being able to play 2 in the role decently well can be helpful if you plan to raid through Party Finder.
I should do that.
As it enables you to swap to your secondary to join a party that already has your primary. This technically also applies to DPS, but may less frequently come up as relevant.
Need to get a second tank
My
job.
advice is to take the job that you find the most enjoyable, and if possible...
We should come up with some weird challenge for that. Like maybe some extremes we've been avoiding, or maybe Unreals would be a good place for that. Well, you get your off tank, I'll get my off healer, and we'll do his order that he put there, an Unreal into an extreme, and work that up. Because honestly, I've seen White Mage play. It looks fun. And I kind of feel like I'm busting my ass on Astrologian for no reason sometimes.
Well, it's a completely different subclass, right? Because that's like more like a shield healer, and White Mage is a pure healer.
Yeah,
right?
White Mage is a pure healer, but it's more like I'm not having to do cards. Like I have a bunch of instants, but I'm not managing the card mechanic.
I will say every time I see a White Mage doing White Mage things, it makes me want a White Mage. But I also quite enjoy my Scholar, so
yeah,
that I play once every like 3 months. The fairy's cool, man. I think you should try Scholar.
I don't like fairies. I'm not a fan of fairies.
I don't either.
I like the
I don't either.
Wilds.
I don't like dancing either.
Yeah,
and Dancer's awesome.
Fair.
Like I'm not a fairy guy. Although, shit, I do like the fairy in metaphor. Do I like fairies?
You might like fairies, and that's fine.
Because I also really like
But I'm
True
not
Blood.
a fairy guy.
And there's a lot of fairies in True Blood.
I like my sage. I like being a doctor with a gun. 4 flying guns. I like Kaiba. I like Yu-Gi-Oh.
I don't like Sage. I think the flying guns are silly looking.
And White Mage, the story lead in being about elements and kids, I'm so bored. But the Blood Lily thing looks really fun. So I think that can overcome my desire.
White Mage just looks cool, man. Like, it just looks freaking. This game does classic fantasy, what I consider classic fantasy aesthetics, really well. Like, I cannot tell you how much I'm enjoying Black Mage. Like, I just feel like a god. Like, I'm just harnessing the power of the elements and just it's wonderful. I'm not usually a mage player. I really like Black Mage. Sorry, continue.
Possible, the easiest to maneuver, as both of these things will help you in these harder fights. Second, aim to at least get the best gear that is reasonably accessible to acquire for yourself. Depending on the content, you may not need this gear to beat the content, but being as prepared as you can helps lessen the burden.
What if you wait an
and
entire
is also
patch
simply
and you can start getting
considerate
730 gear for a fight that didn't have 730 gear available before?
And then you wouldn't have the lockouts either, but then there'll be a new wing available. He's doing his best.
In the first half of the raid tier,
It's what we're currently doing.
Even major patches, crafted gear will be available, which is typically seen as the minimum gear to bring for Savage. Getting a full set of this is a solid starting point. In the second half of the raid tier, the odd patches, this crafted gear can be augmented for an additional 10 item levels, which becomes the new ground level expectation. There are other ways to obtain even better gear in both cases, such as the weekly tombstones and the coins from Alliance raids. However, those have weekly limitations, and so are only so helpful if you want to Savage raid today, right? It is relevant, however, to consider spending your weekly tombstones and coins on optimal equipment, which is often most easily done by looking up a best in slot list for your job and getting the pieces listed there.
Excellent.
A small extension of this gearing process is that loot works a bit differently in hard content. Specifically, extremes will drop weapons and can be farmed to your heart's content. But current Savage tiers, outside of super late in the tier, have rather strict restrictions on loot. First, each boss must be defeated in order. If you skip a boss by joining a party later in the sequence, you forfeit potential loot from the earlier bosses. You will not be able to circle back and get loot from them later. Second, killing the boss
That's good to know. I didn't know that.
spends your loot opportunity for the week. The loot that comes from that chest is the team's loot, and whoever wins are the only ones that get something. If 1 to 4 players in your party already spent their loot opportunity before this clear, the chest will only have half as much loot as normal. And if 5 or more players already spent their loot opportunity, there will be no loot whatsoever. This is another reason why it can be hard to maintain equipment for multiple roles at a time. Also note that beating a Savage boss for the first time each week gives you a tome that is used to purchase loot from the boss, although you will need multiple tomes to buy one piece of equipment. The next step in preparing for hard...
Okay. So the taxi should just be one person, max.
Wait.
3?
Oh, you mean using somebody to not have to re-clear?
I can only see that happening if we're really strapped for time and something we'd have to be like, hey, can we get a favor? I'm sorry about this, everybody. We gotta. But that
it wouldn't matter on the later boss that we're doing as long as they didn't clear that boss.
Oh right, yeah, okay, yeah, because you'd still get loot. So yeah, the whole thing doesn't say boo, bad cheater, bad, kick you out of loot. It's just for that boss.
Oh, chat's also saying you can have someone taxi you and then have the taxi leave and bring someone else in.
Because the taxi made the party and passes you lead kind of thing?
That's it? That's all you got to do? Oh. Oh, so we could just have one of our Savage buddies in the FC, just be like if we have, for example, if it's a week we want to go do M2S and we don't have time that week to re-clear M1S, we can just have a Savage buddy just be like, oh, I cleared M1S. Yeah, just let me group with you. We're good to go.
Yeah, but they couldn't set it backwards in time. So if they fully cleared, they're no longer able to be a taxi because they just wouldn't have a save.
Well, that fully cleared, yeah. But okay.
Cool. Oh, well, that's nice because then we're not costing them their time with their friends where they want to clear it alongside them. But there might be chances that somebody might be on 3 if we need to just go straight for 3.
Some folks in chat are saying they can in fact fully clear.
They can fully clear and set it to any of the M1s through 4s. You can set it to any fight you've already cleared. Oh, so
I guess if there's already a restriction on loot, because they've already established that you're gonna get less loot if someone in the party has already cleared. Why restrict it further? Because if they're there and they're help, like it just leaves more option for potential help.
Yeah. Okay. Huh. So taxis are actually not as detrimental to the taxi driver as I thought they might be.
No,
They're
actually, it's just
a
few minutes of inconvenience.
Yeah, that's kind of sick.
Yeah, essentially they just let you in. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I want to re-clear as much as possible.
I want the gear.
Loot.
Yeah, the loot would be nice.
But from a content creation standpoint, if we're like, this week we're doing M2S, and we're like, oh crap, it's a busy week. I don't even know what I'm going to fit in an M1S re-clear.
And there's so many little activities we want to do too that like having every Tuesday be re-clears and every Thursday be Prague would be exhausting and kind of a bit much.
Yeah.
Content
it's unlocked on the 21st of this month. Is that confirmed? Do we have a date for the next patch?
Wait,
I went looking. I couldn't find shit.
7.18? Because we're on 7.15. It doesn't go in order because like it went from 7. It doesn't
always go in order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would be 7.16. Speculated but not confirmed.
Speculated, not confirmed, uncertain, 7.16. Because wasn't it 6.18 when that restriction was lifted last time?
Right, don't we have to get to 8?
Not 1.6? No confirms until okay. All right, so we're in assumption land. So
okay, but assumptions have been decently accurate, so it's worth noting. But yes, move on.
Consumables. In hard content, it is commonly expected that everyone, in addition to having decent equipment, has relevant and appropriate buff food. Part of the reason for this is that it is relatively cheap, but also because the sheer amount of vitality provided by food buffs can often be what enables you to survive both
That's the one I got.
unavoidable damage and mistakes. If you're not sure what the relevant buff food is, those are often also listed in the best in slot lists, but alternatively, go to a market board, check
I was just agreeing.
There were meals,
the BIS list that I pulled have
itemable food
suggested
with
food
vitality on it, and find the one that matches the stats you would want. For example, crit and determination. Make sure to buy high quality, they give more vitality. The second consumable is the so-called Gem Draft, also known as Burst Potions. These boost your main attribute temporarily, which can massively increase your damage during burst windows. These are mainly expected in groups aiming to clear the boss, or for re-clears or farming groups. When you're still learning the earlier parts of the fight, it is often seen as a waste to spend gem drafts as the limiting factor is not the boss's HP. Yet, anyway. If you seem to be close to reaching clearing potential, bringing some gem drafts just in case is a good idea though. The third...
So that's something I was confused on because I thought I would need, damage drafts to do damage. Like intelligence because affects the magic potency roll is DPS. But I need mind drafts because I'm a healer and mind is like my thing. So I bought a bunch of the wrong ones, but today I was given a bunch of the right ones. So hey, thank you.
Well, and if you ever feel like damaging, now you got a bunch.
Now I got a bunch.
Consumable, you could say, is to make sure you have relevant materia in your equipment. This is simply a way to bring more stats than you would otherwise have. But in the same ways as with gem drafts, technically, materia will often mainly impact your ability to do more damage, so it could be argued that they aren't initially needed. It is, however, often expected to have regular melts simply because it is considered relatively cheap. If you could afford a crafted set of gear, you can probably afford this too. Overmelding is not required. After that, your next step to prepare for hard content is to consider looking up a guide.
Does not elaborate further. Does not elaborate. Love it. I respect the shit out of that. Let the comments fight. It's good for engagement.
It's fine. Moving on.
Guide for the specific fight you aim to clear. If you aim to do the content blind, meaning without looking up guides or getting advice on it, that's a completely different beast, but I don't recommend doing your first hard content entirely blind. A good starting point is looking at guides that are more commonly referenced and used. For example, at the time of making this guide, Hector Guides, by Hector Hectorson here on YouTube, are
I really like
often
Hector.
referenced, and many strategies are either exactly those strategies or built from them.
And that's the one we're going to be using, is we're going to be using a Hector
Yeah,
guide
we are
Thursday.
using Hector as a matter of fact.
Yeah. I love the visual. The visual's super helpful.
This guides to guides is using the guide that we're going to use to guide us through our first Savage.
My God, Guideception.
If nothing else, still gives you an overview of every mechanic and a suggestion on how to resolve them. Depending on what region you are in, the way strategies are communicated and positions are distributed can vary a bit. The four common, to my knowledge, ways strategies are decided and explained in parties are 1. Shorthands in the party description. This can be something as simple as naming the exact guide their strategy is based on, or something like a shorthand for an order in which a mechanic is handled. If you have a general understanding of the fight, simply asking when inside the group might give you the information you need to understand how their strategy might deviate from the norm or what you know. 2. Raid plan. Some groups will put a raid plan link in their description, which you can follow.
Neat.
Careful following links from strangers. Make sure the link looks right, to see exactly how the strategy they plan to use is done in detail. This can often be an extension of the shorthands and party description for cases where the individual mechanics are either too many or too complicated to explain briefly, or both. 3. Macro pastes. When you join the group or enter the duty, a player, usually the leader, pastes a macro in the party chat, which describes each mechanic that requires specific player positions to be dealt with properly, showing indicators for where each player is meant to be. This usually includes the shorthands MT, OT, H1, H2, M1, M2, R1, R2. However, the tank spots can sometimes be replaced with T1 and T2 or MT and ST, a second tank instead of off tank. Similarly, the damage dealer slots can sometimes be replaced with D1
Who calls it
off
second
with
tank?
3 and 4.
Oh my God, look at that.
It's second tank.
After the macro paste is sent, you simply announce which appropriate spot you want. Meaning, for example, if you would really like to have the spots the tanks get.
Chat is everyone's talking so much shit about NA in chat right now. Nah, bro. Nah, we ain't doing that.
It's funny how this transcends games.
NA stands for nah, bro. You can't spell nah without NA.
Wow.
You can't do it, Kyle.
Every time.
You can't do it.
Someday we'll play a game where NA rules, but not today.
What the
If
hell
you're
is
a ranged
kilometer?
DPS, you kinda have to take the ranged DPS spots. Unless there are 3 ranged DPS. In which case, 1 range typically goes in a melee spot. 4. Marker dance. Usually used instead of macro pastes, but solves a similar problem. Instead, markers are placed down to decide the various positions. For example, if a mechanic requires the raid to pair up 2 by 2, each marker can indicate each pair.
I
This
much
can
prefer
sometimes be
this.
more flexible, since you could have vastly different positions for each mechanic based on the marker dance, where macro pastes decide all your positions on one callout. The unfortunate reality is that in terms of actually getting this part of doing hard content, whether extremes or savage, is somewhat down to how well you can follow these things on the fly. As you can probably see, you might not even know how a strategy is decided before you have already joined a group. The positive is that these things are somewhat region-based and somewhat duty-based. Whether raid plan is used often comes down to how complicated a fight is. And whether macro pastes or marker dances are used usually comes down to where you are. EU region, in my experience, prefers macro pastes. NA region prefers marker dance, but anything can happen really. Which leads us to the final step. How do you decide how to approach savage raiding? Party finder or a static? Each has their upsides and downsides. My first suggestion is, if you are not yet sure if you want to do savage raiding, I highly recommend for your own peace of mind to start with Party Finder, at least for 1 session, before looking for a static. This way, if you try it and find that you don't really like it, you can simply not go again. If you join a static on the other hand, you might feel stuck because you don't want to let this team down, even though you don't even want to be there. The important part when making this initial run of Savage is to focus on the combat, because if you don't want to Savage raid as a result of a mean party finder group, that might mean you lose out on something you actually would enjoy. Once you know that you want to do more Savage raiding, the next step is deciding how. With Party Finder, you can effectively raid whenever you can, as long as a group of 8 can be collected. This makes Party Finder excellent if your schedule is unreliable. As the groups are comprised of you and 7 random strangers typically, gear is usually distributed based entirely on a random roll on each item, as in casual content. So sometimes you get nothing, sometimes you get one thing, sometimes you get 2 or more. This can be great if you're lucky and terrible if you're not. Some groups might go with slightly nicer rules, such as take from left, where the loot is distributed from left to right and the winner leaves to not be able to roll on more stuff. But as far as I know, this is exceptionally rare outside of the JP region. In terms of groups, Party Finder obviously can mean anything. Sometimes you get a group of amazing players. Other times you get a group of terrible players. And sometimes you get a mix. So the benefits of Party Finder is in the flexibility of going whenever you want and being able to join various groups, so you're not stuck with a bad group.
I mean, it doesn't seem like the best game for it. I love solo queue MOBAs. I think solo queue MOBAs are their own culture, superior in many ways. You'll do things you would never ever do in a 5v5 setting. And I love that improvisation. But there's so little improvisation in Final Fantasy XIV. It seems maybe entertaining for a stream idea. I want to try it because I want to
going into Party Finder
and getting to meet all kinds of weird people who aren't trying to show off and aren't trying to be a part of, you know, a stream or anything like that. Like just getting to see the what's it called?
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite scenes in Blazing Saddle. I'm trying to think of it.
God, I've actually never seen Blazing Saddle.
You need to watch Blazing.
I know I would like it. I love like Martin Short. I love Steve Martin.
The people of the land, you know, the heart of the country, like the down to earth folk that you won't see anywhere else in the world.
And I think
the salt. Exactly. That's it. Thank you. You helped me. You know, morons. You know,
morons.
You gotta see it. It's one of the best speeches in cinema that has ever been done, and it's helped me through a lot.
I adore Steve Martin and Martin Short, so I should watch that. Anyway, this guy. The biggest surprise from this guide to me is that it is a delightfully well-detailed guide to the social contracts of Party Finder, because I'm completely ignorant to them.
Yeah, I think I would turn on the name protection, and that way we could actually just like talk about what the hell they're doing, because that's one of the funnest things about streaming, that is just being like, where's this Viper going? What are they doing? But I want them to be protected from the internet. That I don't want to be responsible.
That is a good point. That is a very good point.
Because that would also be the fun of it.
Yes. Caetsu is here.
Well, thank you for being here. How did you know? We don't have it.
Thank you for this wonderful chat.
It's in the link in the description today, the link that everyone can find. But well done. Well, summoned forth.
Yeah. Thank you for this wonderful guide.
Combined with the absolute chaos of the loot distribution and, well, group distribution. Statics, on the other hand, can be a lot better if you have a reliable schedule, or at least one that is reliable enough for the group you wish to join. One big benefit is that as it is the same group every time, you might not need to discuss strategy at all once a fight is beaten, as you just did the same as last time. Another big benefit is that since it is a consistent team, you can be more considerate with loot distribution, which can make when you get your upgrades more reliable. It makes the swings in loot distribution less crazy, but greatly increases consistency. The main downsides of statics is that you could end up joining a group with a very different skill or motivation level to yours, and that could make your efforts feel wasted. Another downside is also, simply put, that it can be insanely difficult to find a static that works for you. There are many ways to approach it, and each person finds their own way. I can, however, give a few suggestions on how to go about looking. Technically, there is an official website for looking for raid groups in Final Fantasy XIV, which is one approach. Sometimes, statics will post up in Party Finder with what they're looking for. They typically list in the None category. There are subreddits dedicated to making statics, and there are also Discords dedicated to this. Sometimes, you might also find Party Finder groups that are about to do their sessions that might be missing members or looking for replacements. And
what if?
Sometimes, you can end up in a static that...
Go with me on this.
Yeah.
You made Final Fantasy XIV content for 3 years straight. And it was all just a ruse to get enough people in a Discord that you can hopefully cobble together a decent party to go and attempt savages.
What if you finished MSQ and just stuck around just to see what would happen?
Well, that's the thing, Kyle. I actually was completely planning on being a tourist and ejecting, but so many people were like, you're doomed after the MSQ is over, that I was like, well, I got to prove them wrong. I got to just keep playing this game.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
That's messed up, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna spite my way.
The simplest way I can put it is that finding a static that is just right for you can sometimes be harder than actually beating a savage raid. Now, maybe you have some tips of your own to share about how to get into savage raiding. Maybe a story about how you found your static, or why you prefer Party Finder. Maybe you feel I overlooked something or that something required a bit more detail. I would love to hear about it all in the comments. Now, that is all for this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you would like to support me and my channel more directly, you can become a member like these wonderful people here. You can also alternatively support me through Ko-Fi, link in the description. You can also support the channel by letting the YouTube algorithm know by liking the video, leaving a comment, subscribing, sharing, and hitting the bell to get notified when next I post a video. Fun fact, in the past, Savage bosses would drop 2 treasure chests, each with 1/2 the loot in them. When you had players that already had gotten their clear for the week in the group, one of the chests would simply disappear, effectively removing half the loot. This is commonly why parties that accept helpers that have already gotten their clear sometimes are referred to as one-chest runs, despite the current raid tier always dropping only 1 chest of loot, and the actual loot inside it is determined by the amount of players without a weekly clear yet.
That was genius. Genius move, putting a fun fact at the end that kept you engaged to the end of the video.
That's going to help your watch time.
Yeah, that was well done. That was expertly done. That's freaking weird.
Very well done.
Oh my god. Party Finder is pretty powerful. I do miss the signups World of Warcraft added around BFA, I think it was. Those are really good tools where you got to kind of get people to sign up.
Are you talking about the calendar?
Yeah, the calendar is great.
Yeah, the in-game calendar in WoW is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes, it's quite good. It's quite good, as was that video.
Yep.
So, thanks for stopping by and saying hi.
Let me post a link to y'all for that. I'll also head over to the Twitch here and drop the link there as well, so y'all can get a look at that. Yeah,
make sure you go give Caetsu a view of your own on that video.
Ethical reacts.
Like and subscribe while you're over there. Ethical reacts. Yeah, we're here. We're all about cage-free reactions here at Grinding Gear. We're big fans. That was a great guide. And it went in a way I wasn't expecting that. I probably should have, because Party Finder is the way many players experience endgame in Final Fantasy XIV. I am very privileged that I get to go on the internet and say, would 6 people like to get locked in a room with my silly ass and fail for hours on end? So, yeah.
So you've already unlocked this thing. By chance, you've
Well, I have a hand in.
Okay. All right.
I hand in to goodly adventurer here.
Okay. I'm going to increase your size and BRB.
Oh, wonderful.
So,
okay. Can folks see the should I read this? Should I read this out loud in a silly voice?
I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty decent. I think it's worth reading.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. We're going to do a silly voice then. You there, good sir. You look like You enjoy bathing in the blood of your enemies. Have you perchance heard about stone, sky, sea? I feel like there should be an and in there. You see, as part of an initiative to reduce the number of disputes, the Adventurers Guild has been forced to arbitrate between members who accuse their comrades of not contributing sufficiently to... Let me try again. Oh, are they? They're getting meta. They're getting meta with this, aren't they? They're going to make jokes about how they're not allowed to talk about monitoring DPS numbers. Trying it again. He who fights with the strength of stone unyielding breathes deep of boundless sky and embraces serenity of rolling sea. Against him, none can stand. Sorry, that's what the Doman fellow told me to say. I don't quite understand myself, but he seems to think it was all very clever. Right. So, in essence, we've got these ridiculous contraptions that you attack in whatever manner you deem fit. Each is supposedly tailored to the strength of some legendary beast or being some madman decided to challenge once upon a time. But God forbid you actually track those numbers. Speaking of which, I believe one should be dropping in about now. What? What boss is it going to be? Be like Titan, like something classic, something expected. Oh, I'm going. Is this? Do I have to do a thing here? I need to turn my volume up. What is happening up there? Is Final Destination spawning in? Oh my God! Run for your life! It's a DPS meter. The children. Think of the children. This is high effort. They didn't need to go to this. They didn't need to go to this much effort. They could have just been like, and welcome. Go beat the thing. Apparently, the first time they dropped one of those things was an accident. The trainees loved it so much, they started doing it all the time, though. Right, so each is tailored to the strength of a legendary fiend, the idea being that if you can defeat the dummy, you can defeat the fiend. In principle, that is. Dummies don't hit back after all. But who gives a fig about any of that, eh? I nearly forgot the best part. It's free!
Free?
Okay, all right. Oh, you're back. Hi.
Free?
Apparently, I got Blazing Saddles mixed up with Three Amigos, according to Winkle. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. They can, the editor can fix that.
Please.
I mean, you know, Steve Martin,
We're live.
Gene Wilder, it's fine.
Okay, so I can go. What do we do now?
I think you did the quest, right? He's good?
Yeah,
He's got nothing more
it's
to
done.
say? Okay, cool.
It's over. A striking opportunity completed. You now have access to Stone Sky Sea.
All right.
Triple S.
To the solutions of 9.
The 9th solution? Okay. All right.
I did this wrong. I always get a little confused by the Unlost World.
Ardbert, Calmbringer, thanks for the 18 months earlier. Hey guys, keen to see you take on your first Savage raid. Here's to another 18 months. Well, thank you. I'm going to hold you to that. You have to unsub in 18 months. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this is now binding. I believe that YouTube takes this very seriously. Oh, this little bear super time for Kyle's scholar arc. Yep. Sorry, Kyle. You have to do it now.
Yeah, because I can't have... Because Astrologian's a hybrid, according to some people, but it's a pure healer, so I got to get a shield healer, which is Scholar Sage. So I'll do Sage. I like Sage better. I think I'm going the wrong direction. Yep, I'm totally going the wrong direction.
Are you?
Right there in the middle, teleport to the Neon Stein, and then go to Trial by Spire.
Wait, Neon Stein? Where? Oh, over all the way over there. All the way over there. Astrologian used to be hybrid, isn't anymore, folks are saying.
So does White Mage not have any shields at all, though? Because I do have some shields. Like, you know, I do my Neural Sect, and I do my Celestial Intercession.
I love how you say sext. Like you really don't want to be misunderstood.
I got a
Like,
proper.
I love your over pronunciation of it.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we practice safe sex around here.
That time it didn't sound like. Never mind. White mage has a single target shield. But then Astrologian has many shields. Is what chat appears to be. Let me try to do the AI summary for chat for you.
Thank you.
White mage has one measly shield. Astrologians have more than one shield. Therefore, white mage is not a shield healer.
Therefore, slightly hybrid, but not really, and not a.
You're going to trigger people by continuing to use the word hybrid.
That's okay. People don't like hybrids.
I'll take a hybrid over an EV.
You know, the amount of Cybertrucks suddenly decreased vastly around here. It's weird.
Really? I see them a ton still here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe.
I don't really see them when I go anywhere else, but there's so many in, like, very specifically Sarasota. It's ridiculous. They're all over the place. Rosie, thanks for the super earlier that said white mage astrologian are pure heals, scholar sage are shield heals. So you go. Don't use hybrid, Kyle. There's your approved terminology.
I feel like
because if there's anything the start of this stream taught us, it's that we always follow the rules and say exactly what we should say, and we never break from popular opinion.
I feel like when someone's like, hang on, I'm going to go get a shield healer, they always get a scholar. Very rarely does that person go and get a sage. I wonder if that's just because sage is newer, not as many people have them. Maybe there's less passion about it because there's not a sexy little fairy. People can
I don't
draw
know,
an
man. I
extra
feel like
character.
sage players just like never stop talking about how cool they are, and I never hear from scholar players.
The body language of sage is incredible.
Maybe it's just something about me. Maybe is there just something about my attitude that just makes people want to tell me that the thing they like that's different from the thing I like is better than the thing that I like?
I mean, you do that, so they're reciprocating. They're meeting you on your level and hoping that maybe
I feel like I don't
mutual respect.
I don't feel like I come for other tanks. I don't feel like I'm like, yeah, fuck warrior. Dark Knight's where it's at. I feel like I'm just passionate about Dark Knight.
Oh, yeah.
Like
when it comes to tank, when it comes to tank, absolutely.
I don't smack talk other tanks. I just get hyped about the tank that I play. I talk smack about all the Isekai you watch. That's what I. That's what I do.
You're always allowed to. Absolutely. I watched some real shit over the holiday, man.
Oh, by watching all of Connor's content originally because I wanted to learn more about Japan before I go to Japan, and now I'm just watching all of his garbage where he buys a bunch of anime figures. I've learned about so many garbage anime through osmosis of watching Connor content. So, yeah.
I watch Move Love Alternative. That was what a bait and switch. Holy shit. The first episode was like, oh my God. And then anyway. Then we started watching Martian Successor Nadesco because Kristen wanted to show me something she loved. And that show is insanely paced. It is psychotic.
My final thought for anyone wanting more Sea Dog reactions from me is that I'm something has begun happening that I never expected, but Katie, because she finds Sea Dog's videos really funny, is finally becoming internet degenerate literate through this man's videos.
Oh.
There's a day when we watched one of his do you call them merch slop videos? I've never heard this term before, but I love it. Okay, so I'm just going to use it. We were watching one of his merch slop videos. That's probably the ones where he buys shit off Temu. This was more they were going to an anime figure resale store.
Sure.
Somewhere in Tokyo. And they come up with fun challenges and stuff and like themes to kind of guide them, and then like the audience votes on who got the better haul, kind of a thing. It's very fun content. I think you would enjoy it. But I don't remember. They were buying some quite degenerate figures, and I don't even remember what the joke was, but just like Katie was just dying, and I started dying, and I'm just like, oh my God, you're finally gonna understand at least a small percentage of what I deal with on a daily basis through watching these videos.
Okay. I'm familiar with the merch a bit because I watch Warhammer like, can you buy sets or can you build a map out of
Oh.
things you found on AliExpress
Yes.
and whatnot?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Gently used anime figures. I mean, that's I never really thought about it that way, Chris, but gross. You nasty.
Just on it's insane. I've never seen a show with such low production animation go so fast that it must have cost a lot of money to do this. It is absolutely bonkers how fast the show moves. I really am enjoying it, but it is their budget is bizarre.
Check on earlier. Thanks for the super. So tuning in at work will give my good luck now. This is the first time I swapped off healer and went tank. Had a blast. This tier is perfect to try. Well, hell yeah. Well, we hope we entertain you this Thursday when we begin our first foray into savage hellscapes. Rogue Mage super earlier. I have an alt in an AUFC, and the dead air I got when I tried to assign clocks and groups by putting markers on the ground was deafening. I can't imagine.
Not even that macro thing was insane. That did not seem like a superior way to do things.
I wouldn't learn that way.
No.
It's like it's too it's not practical.
It's programming, maybe
I learned through practical application.
book smarts, like just the way the kilometers work inside your brain, transformers your brain.
Yeah. Shakal super. They didn't need to go to this much effort. This really should have been voiced 2.0 spaghetti code. The 3 fundamental elements of Final Fantasy 14. Yeah. I mean, with Dawn Trail, I'm 100% in the camp of we pay Square Enix's rent, so every scene should be voice acted at this point.
Yeah,
So,
true.
Yeah. It's not our fault that you didn't put Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on every platform simultaneously. Why should the 14 players that are making their game succeed suffer?
I do like my PlayStation though. At the end of the day, and I use it every night. Anyway, Trial by Spire. The eccentric researcher has an eccentric. I forgot the last part.
Trial by eccentric proposition.
Ah,
We're being propositioned, Kyle.
excellent. Agreed.
Because that's how they would sound with this ridiculous apparatus.
I really like those. Ever since what's his face in 7 walked out with that and took out his one arm, and dude,
Oron is the coolest skin
the
cool
tube
character that
collar,
ever
man.
cooled.
I mean, Trigun before it, right? But I think it's stylish.
Bash the Stampede,
Yeah.
Oron,
Yeah,
that
it's
shit
a good
is
look.
just
The
awesome.
lack
It's
of
so
shoulders on the outfit really overemphasized the tube, and it appears to be a kind of tunic on top of another outfit that is making this tube. So yeah, it got stupid.
It's good shit. That's actually not unlike the original Vash the Stampede design, because he wears a double-breasted duster.
Yeah.
So it has like the 2 buttons and the center sash all the way down. Anyway, I knew it. You, my heroic friend, are in luck, for I'm granting you permission to test your might against my indomitable dummies, usually reserved for military research, but I'm willing to make an exception for one of your talents. So I stand here with terrible hardware still strapped to my head. Nothing to say? Of course. You've been struck dumb by my overwhelming generosity. Not to worry, for I will ease you in with a thorough explanation. Once you've returned to your senses, come meet me in the outskirts. Oh, okay. Oh, we're full on questing.
Oh yeah, we got to go to the Heritage Found.
I'll pay the way.
Find the Heritage.
I made it to the second zone in Indiana Jones last night, Kyle. The game is it's amazing. It is one of the best games I've ever played. I love it. It's so freaking good. I kind of want to load it up on PC, but I also don't want to ruin it for myself, because right now I can just play it on the Xbox on the couch, laying down, not thinking about it.
I've heard there might be optimization for the Steam Deck in the future, but right now, do not try.
Oh, I bet that thing would make your Steam Deck explode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not. It is an amazing looking game, even playing it on Xbox.
I never noticed my globe has teeth on it. It's got
Globe has teeth on
my
it.
globe has little teeth on it. Here, check it out. Look at my backside.
It has teeth?
Yeah, see the little smile up top?
Oh, I did notice that earlier. I figured that's why you picked it.
No, I picked it because it's like my most pink and blue. Like it goes with, the whole dusk fight.
Is it ruby weapon?
Yeah, this is ruby weapon.
Well, that's why it's got teeth.
Well, yeah, but it didn't have to. I mean, not all the weapons look like have a face.
Interesting. There you are. I trust you recovered from the shock of my initial proposal. Good. Now let me explain what this is all about. I am a researcher for Oblivion, namely in the field of electrope engineering. During Zeralja's reign, I survived within the ranks of his army by helping to research and develop protective materials. One of my many projects was these indomitable dummies. Wonderful. All right, we get the idea. They're target dummies. Let's go do the thing. Oh, wow, you just have a lot to say.
She does have a lot to say. And that is an affront to science I cannot forgive. Peace may demand we set down our weapons, but the march of progress must go on.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this just isn't as good as the original tongue-in-cheek. I really like that original. That was kind of like, and who would need more? What possible tools are available to adventurers such as you? Never will you need to go outside. Heritage found. You gotta keep the cheek.
Keep the cheek, Kyle.
Keep
2025.
Slap them cheeks. Pinch them cheeks.
No, don't. No, don't pinch cheeks. Nobody likes that.
Well, I pinch cheeks every day. Got little baby cheeks. Little baby cheeks.
Okay. Oh, I was thinking of
butt
butts.
cheeks? Yeah, probably don't pinch the butt cheeks.
Are you slapping baby cheeks? You were
No.
thinking about butts when you said slapping
Yes,
cheeks.
but then I changed cheeks when I was pinching the cheeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the point being,
Yes.
you brought me there. You brought me there with the slap the
Exactly.
cheeks. And then I thought about when you said, yeah, I was still on butts
I get
when you
ya.
said pinch.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like, no.
I see how this happened.
No, thank you.
Wait, what? I do not recruit what? Oh, party solo.
Party solo?
Yeah, we gotta be solo to go in here.
Oh.
The interfos level, just level 100, just in general, level 100.
What UI are you in?
You got to talk to her and say fight, which isn't very informative as to what we're here to do. But
This isn't a menu that I can just pull up whenever I want.
I think you got to go fight to the person. You got to go talk to him.
You got to go talk to this unmarked NPC anytime I want to do this?
I believe so. People are saying no.
Oh, yes. And
No?
it sucks.
Yes? Oh, it does suck. Okay.
Oh.
Confirmed.
Huh. I'm going to have to just remember where this NPC is. At least she's close to an etherite.
And this is just the whole... We got Minstrel's Ballad. So you have to unlock the extremes to have them in here. Level 100 is just 100? I'm going to do level 100. I'm curious to know, like, just why it's level 100. What makes it 100? Because I'm 100, obviously.
Wait, what are you doing?
I went into the level 100.
Why?
I was curious. Is there something? Oh, there's other people in here.
Why are there other people in here?
Defeat the dummy? Oh.
Are you in here?
Yeah.
Can I see you?
I don't think I get any information until I defeat the whole dummy.
This appears to be real people. Oh, yeah, I can see you over there.
Can you come hit my thing?
Oh, this is cool. I didn't know this is what this was like. Can I help you? Let's see. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. No, it won't. Target is part of another player's duty.
Okay, cool. Okay, so this is
let me go
just
try one.
mine. And then will I get a report when this is all over?
I don't know.
Like sick light speed double weave. Everyone's minds are blown.
So where do I go to find other dummies?
I believe you should have spawned by one that was yours.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, I think
I immediately tried to find you.
You need to find where you started. I guess it would just be sitting there, right?
Shoot. Yeah, no, these all appear to be someone else's now. Did I like relinquish mine by
leaving the
getting
zone?
distracted
Maybe.
and wandering off? Oh, if you run away, it disappears. Well, how do I respawn it? Do I talk to an aide
You'd
or
probably
something?
have to leave. Well, she's over here. Yeah, there's a research aide. Observe my slide casting for no reason.
Oh, the aide kicks you out.
Oh, well, as he should, I guess. Get you a new
We're
one.
just gonna, yeah, okay. We're just gonna, I want to try this level 100.
This would be awful if I did this whole thing and I got no information. How about you had like a report card? They call my mom and tell her my DPS sucks.
I love that. Mrs. Ferguson, I'm sorry, but
sorry to
his DPS
report.
is just so mid.
Oh dear. Is there anything that could be done? No.
If he does not improve, he will be put on savage probation. Oh, so this is it's a timed killing. So what's the benefit? I guess we need to unlock Savage to find
You
out. But
failed
like,
your
what's-
trial. Oh, I suck. Okay, cool. That's great.
Jeez, Kyle.
Cool.
Always be casting, man.
Yeah. No, that's great because now I actually have somewhere to go.
This thing's got an ass ton of health. Are you watching me?
Should I be watching you?
No, I
can
just
watch
wanted
you.
to know. I just want to know if I should be nervous.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you should be nervous now. You're on camera, but I figure to take it seriously because you now have information I did not. You're doing things. You're pressing buttons that are purple. Well done.
I got 90 seconds left.
Oh, where do you see the timer? How did you know?
It's on the quest text to the right.
What? Oh. Yeah, I didn't see that. Okay. Did I have that off? I might have that off.
You don't have your quest tracker?
I sometimes turn off things because they're ugly.
Oh, you could just...
It was on?
If-
Okay, cool.
If you do that... Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah,
I was
no,
going to say,
no,
if
don't
you,
worry
if you
about
do
it.
that, you could just... The other way you could do it is just untrack quests when you're distracted by it. Because then nothing would be there. I'm sure I'm going to make it.
Challenge begins in... Okay.
%, 30 seconds left. I think I'll be okay. But yeah, you do need to be on your best behavior to get through this damn thing.
That's good.
Okay. About 18 seconds to spare, it looks like.
Nice. Well done.
I don't know if that's good or not.
18-second crew. Sounds good.
Omen, thank you for the super. It's the trauma. Astral Legend used to be more hybrid, and now it isn't, and people are sad.
Ah, I see.
So you're reopening old wounds when you call it
Yeah, when I
hybrid.
call it.
Kyle.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You're going like, well, it's kind of hybrid, and they're like, no, you don't know my pain. What's the Zachary? Zachary, 31 months. Thank you. I switched from Sage to Scholar on EX3 when I knew we were doing AA cheese for those chunky shields.
AA cheese?
Auto attack, I think.
AA cheese? But how do you cheese
I'm
auto attacks?
I don't know.
Does everyone
I don't
just like get balls up on the boss and hit it with everything? Like even Astrologian squeezing in a little card cut?
Chat's all about your dots. Are you dotting?
Yeah, I'm done.
How can I ask you about your dot without upsetting you?
I'm not upset. I'm glorious.
Okay, wonderful.
Beautiful. Want to see me sidecast for no reason?
I'd like to see you move. I would like to see you move your cast bar because it being over 1, 2, 3, 4 makes
Well, that's because I've had this
anxious.
locked right here. You know, once that gets moved down, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Wait, what?
What? Oh, because this is, see that locked?
You'd have to go into your HUD
my
to
whole
move that.
You're trying to distract me from dotting, is what you're doing.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Why is everyone yelling absolute authority? Oh, you don't have to do the flares. Oh, that's the AA cheese. Oh, okay. Oh, absolute authority cheese. Oh, yeah, we were talking to X3. I should have put that together. I'm sorry. Our brains have been taken in many different directions today.
It seems rude to just yell absolute authority at me.
Is your dot currently up?
Yeah, it's right there.
Legitimate question.
Yeah, it's right there
Where?
in the middle.
Where are you tracking it?
It's right here in the middle.
Oh, okay. I always keep that kind of stuff near my target bar. So I was like, where's anything?
Huzzah! Duty
Yeah,
complete.
5 seconds left?
Yeah, 5 seconds.
GG. Well done.
Then I get to hit my celebratory button right there.
Right, Kara, 21 says the dummies are adjusted to the fight you choose. If you kill the dummy in 3 minutes or less, you, in theory, have the DPS you need to clear the fight. So it's just strictly a DPS check. Okay.
If you
Let's
don't
talk to an
test the
attendant.
other dummies, food is a big help. Wait, oh, you can eat food in here? Oh, I guess you could eat food in there. Oh, that's
Oh yeah, I guess you could also
mind
use
that perspective.
tinctures if you wanted. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd want to spend gem drafts, but we should leave, go unlock Savage, and come back.
Well, I saw an AA on there though, right?
What are you talking about?
I think we already have access to something like that. Wasn't it right here? Fight.
No, we need to unlock Savage.
Right here.
That's
It
the
says
normal one.
light tier. Oh,
That's just the name of the.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's
We
normal.
got we gotta go talk to the nerd. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, we got to talk to the nerd. I thought that's what you were. I thought that's why you were talking about him earlier.
No, but can I'm gonna do this again. Sorry to hold you hostage. I am gonna do it. I want to do food. I'm just curious to see what it feels like.
No, you're not holding me. I'm. If this is holding me hostage, you've held me hostage for 3 years.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna hold you hostage for 3 minutes. Hang on.
This is totally fine.
Is that good?
Oh, I almost told her to dot, and then I remembered what your dot is. What number on your hotbar is your dot?
2. So it's
2 is your dot.
See, these are the only things that really spin outside of some of my other shit.
Okay.
I guess I could macro Cosmos in here too.
Would you want to?
It does damage, so it's technically. I actually don't know if it does more damage. Potency. I think
Is
it
it
does
single target or AoE?
I think it does 290, so I think it technically was an increase. No, I love this shit. I love tower defenses. I love losing and being like, okay, cool, now I've learned something. Let's.
Folks are saying DPS neutral. Okay.
That makes sense. Because you wouldn't want it to be bad on a single target. Because then you
Is
wouldn't
your
use
dot
it.
an instant cast?
Yeah.
It's an instant cast and you hate it?
But
I'm going to defend your dot now.
but
I'm here to defend your dot.
it just interrupts me pressing 1 every 30 seconds because it wants to. There's no fun in it.
That's fair.
It's there to be busy work.
Me enjoying dots is all about the UI, at least over in World of
I-
Warcraft. Because I can't get a bar that counts
Yeah,
down.
the
I don't
bar-
particularly like them in
The
this
bar
game.
counting down would make it a more joyous experience.
And I know it's a strictly aesthetic thing for me. But that's how my brain works. Rogue Mage, thank you for the super. Astrologian used to have to pick a stance, either Diurnal Sect regen or Nocturnal Sect shields. This is what gave the aspect to aspected benefic and aspected Helios. They applied the sect bonus.
Oh,
now react to that while you're trying to do this quickly.
That's neat.
You appear to be on track to kill this a lot faster.
Yeah, I'm losing. My dot falls off a bit early, which I think I'm supposed to apply around like 4 or 3 seconds and not worry about the final tick.
I believe that is the case.
Yeah. I've also heard, oh my God, his clipping hurts me, but I don't know how to stop that sometimes. But I think it might just be getting my fingers in the position that they need to be faster. I got 2 seconds. I used a pot and food, and I got a extra 2 seconds. So that was not very dramatic.
I mean, you were also screwing around with Macrocosmos.
I did. I think it was the same damage, 270, so it should be the same
What
thing.
I'm saying, though, is that, like, in your little, like, moment of decision there, maybe you missed a half second or two of cast time. I don't know.
Hazard says could be crits. That could help.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that is a variable.
Never clip your Gobo to Duga if you can't double Wii. Try on Sam. I'd have to go to a different. They're not high enough level. Because you do get level synced for this, so regardless of gear, that would be interesting. But I don't have a high enough level Sam. I don't understand the clippy thing, but that's an honest question. Should I know what that is?
Clipping is when you use too many OG CDs between GCDs.
Yes, which I can't unless I'm.
Are we talking about weaving? Like over weaving?
I think my main issue is that it takes 2 button clicks to put out my earthly star. Because I click once to get it out, and then I have to click again. And that sometimes causes me to be late on getting that out, which means I'm now stuck hitting 1 for extra time. So I think I just need to slam 3 harder and hit that button more so it casts faster.
I find abilities like that. I'm not sure this is going to help. I'm not sure this is an improvement at all, but I find abilities like that where you get a cursor before you have to deploy it. Like in MMOs, I have to have that on my thumb buttons on the mouse. And so like maybe that would help you, because then I click with my thumb and I click with my index, and that shit it's out. And that way also to me it turns it triggers my brain to go, if you want to move this, you now have a second to move it, kind of a thing.
I have an option turned on where I immediately skip some step of it. I think it immediately goes to my mouse position rather than having to drag it, but maybe I need to turn that back on. Anyway, yeah, let's go unlock the thing.
Cool.
Just gonna ride my ass into Solution 9.
Frost Super, just want to say 2 seconds can be the difference between a clear and a wipe. Listen.
That's fair. That is fair. The best kind of correct.
To me, that just confirms that I can continue not worrying too much about food and gem drafts until we see an enrage. Or I think we're going to see an enrage.
Yeah.
Where are you off to?
I said
we're not in a party anymore. Where is the guy? It's back in Solution 9, isn't he?
Yeah, he'll be over by the Stein.
The Stein.
You know me, I'm walking because I'm thinking. I got confused by the gem, because when you say, well, you should use gems on that, I'm like, no, I've already put in my gems. We're good. Yeah, where is he Gabu?
Is it Gabbro?
Gabbro. Okay.
Use food, don't worry about gems. Okay. That's a good point. Food's not that fucking expensive. I should probably just always be popping food.
Yeah, that's just more of a memory thing. I got the
Potions, on the other hand, they're a bit pricey. And bit of a waste on your first many pulls. Konagami Super. Generally, you'll be placing Earthly Star around 5 seconds before you pull, so you use the pull countdown to time your star placement. Is this like an opener tip?
Yes.
For Astros?
Okay. So let me see if I have that. Bum 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 bum.
Bum bum.
So yeah, here's my pool according to Westcalibur that I have saved and I often keep on my side screen.
Oh, dude, I watched my first Westcalibur video while you were gone.
Oh, nice.
His videos are great.
Yeah, they're great. They're great, aren't they? I love that they go level by level so you can watch them when you're still low level.
Oh my god, dude, yeah, that's what we were doing with Black Mage because I'm like, okay, I completely forget what the hell I'm supposed to be doing, and I was like low 60s when we started, and I ended on 70, but at low 60s, I was like, I don't remember, what am I doing? I've got like Fire 4 now. Yeah, Wesk is good. I think we found like one thing that was kind of out of date, but it was really easy to adjust for. So, yeah, these guides are incredible. I should have been watching them way back in the day when I was like, what the hell do I do as a level 40 summoner?
So my question here is, if we all believe in Wesk, which we do, and it gives him power.
Do you believe in life watching Wesk?
I use divination here, and the other person, let's say the dancer watching a Westcalibur, would also use their 2-minute at a point that Westcalibur would agree with. And together, we all 2-minute, and everything is great, and we don't need to know anything about each other. Right?
That seems like we would more or less sync up with the dancer as the example, because I'm completing my normal ass dance, and then I'm going the standard step. And then completing it begins that 2-minute rotation essentially, or 2-minute countdown window is the word I'm looking for.
So the only bothersome thing I see about this is, why does Wesk apply combust on engagement instead of after the first divination? Because the combust for its full dot duration would be snapshotted to its current increased DPS and do more damage. I get the combust later, which is on the tail end of divination, which means that whole thing is now benefiting from the buff.
So combust is your dot.
Yes.
That second combust, second to last thing you're doing, is that an early refresh?
That's another combust. If it is an early refresh, then I'm actually maybe, right? We'd have to count seconds, but I never really noticed that because this is 20 seconds and this is fall. But
Chad
why
is saying it's an early refresh. So, okay. So that is intentional, and it's probably just a timing thing. It's probably more beneficial to get more malefics in than it would be to spend that time getting another dot out.
So while you get into position, you put out a combust, but it's actually more beneficial in the math to let that bad combust go longer and get the divination combust that goes longer on the back end. So I probably should actually be counting how many malefics I do. I mean, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we got 9.
God, that's so much spam.
1, 5.
The answer is the balance people did the math. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Folks are saying I'm more or less right. Cool. I was taking a stab in the dark. I don't understand the mechanics of it. I know nothing about Astro, but I would imagine that there's probably a good reason for that.
And
someone somewhere has probably A/B tested it.
And light speed here is so you can double weed the divination, the balance, the crown, the umbral draw, the spear, and the oracle. Cool.
Oh, I didn't realize crown and draw. I didn't see the color of crown and draw.
Yeah, and I didn't take advantage of my understanding of light speed to double weave here, which is gonna cost me. That's cool. That's very cool.
You know, I haven't made a cheat sheet Dark Knight opener graphic for myself, and I should do that.
I mean, this is literally a screen cap from Westcalibur. I did nothing.
Yeah. The one I combined 2 of his for my Black Mage one because I had questions after the opener, because then he does the maintaining guide Like after you're out of the opener, what are you just doing to maintain?
Right.
Like what are you doing in between? So I grabbed that graphic, which was a single line, and I put it under the double line for the opener. So I have a 3-line graphic that I can just open up. And it's so the top 2 are my opener, and the bottom is just like, hey, if you kind of forget your count, this is what you're looking for. So yeah, because you should look at the Black Mage, because this doesn't look too dissimilar. You're just hitting the same shit over and over. At least I'm at level 70. And I haven't unlocked my 70 ability yet. We ended at 70, so it was mostly a level 60 play.
So one wayward comment that found my eyes was, why doesn't Kyle have on the other people's debuffs and dots?
You don't?
Why would I want to know that information? Why would that be important to me?
Oh, on your target, not on party.
On my
friends.
target.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to turn off.
You're a healer and you don't.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, F you, dude. Dots, Asuna.
Can you even
it.
turn that off? Okay. On a target. Okay. That makes more sense.
Because
So
if
you're
I have a
specifically
dot,
talking about, chat's already got the correct answer, which is you're tracking other mitigations, so that you don't need to over mitigate, or.
What am I mitigating?
Probably wouldn't happen. You have damage mitigations, yes?
like shielding my party?
Don't you? What's the thing you do where you throw your arms out and everybody, you get a giant ass shield for everybody?
Well, I see that because that's on my party bar. So, but why would it matter to me if like a samurai? What would it matter to me if someone feigned or addled?
If you're trying to like space out mitts. Like if you're in a, for me it matters because all tanks have reprisal. And if there's already a reprisal up, I don't want to cast another reprisal because all I'm doing is just refreshing the cooldown of something that already exists and is already helping. Do you have a generic mitigation?
Not that goes on the boss.
Okay.
Everything I do is to the party.
People are saying Addle.
Yeah, why would I want to know if a...
What is Addle? I need to see Addle. Do I have Addle on Scholar? I don't. I do not heal.
No.
Hi. The not healer is talking.
Yeah, Addle is like damage, and Feign is the melee version of that. That's how they help.
Where the hell is Addle? I needed a... Again, practical learner here. I myself would love to understand this. So where... It's under roll probably, right? No? It's not under roll?
Alana Z, like that's what I'm trying to not say, but I feel like that's what it would do to your brain, right? If I was seeing Addle, if the boss is about to raid wide and I don't see an Addle, then I could become tilted because I'm so awesome.
What?
So what?
Why would you be tilted because you're awesome?
Because I know you should have addled and I didn't see Addle, so everybody sucks but me, and that's great. But otherwise, am I supposed to be so galaxy brained that I see an Addle and I go, thank goodness, now I cannot do my mitigation because technically I want to weave in... what? What would I do? Like, what would I do when I see an Addle that would be different?
You could, some folks are saying you could potentially save mitigation for later. Because Addle is what, 10%? Yes. And vice versa, if you don't see it, you probably need to make up the difference with what you can.
Right, but wouldn't that, like... Aren't we being experts for fun at that point? I'm not trolling. I'm honestly curious. Like, if I don't see my chat saying, I'm going to addle first, and then you addle second, and then I'll feign third mechanic, and you do... Like, why would I believe and even participate in a system if that's not happening in the first place? My job is to make people survive, and I should assume in all situations, if I didn't see this conversation happening, that the DPS aren't going to help me and I need to make everybody live.
I'm going to do a little... Kyle, can I translate and explain to people how your brain works?
Okay, go for it.
For a second. All right. Kyle has already called into question folks saying it matters, because he does not believe that fully explains why. He's curious why. What do you mean it matters, and how does that apply to me, an astrologian? So to everyone typing in it matters, you're not really helping. He's already asked why does it matter. So continuing to type it matters is unhelpful. What we're looking for is specifics, and maybe even specifics for astrologian, or what Kyle's looking for. Can I give you what probably the biggest one for me?
What?
Why I think it would matter for you?
Okay.
I would love that to just be a thing that you could start noticing. You could I would like it if you started noticing, oh, we died there, or I was really overtaxed as a healer there, and I think one thing that could have potentially led to that is missing mitigations. Like having just another brain in the group that can notice when mits are missed would be cool to me.
Can I ask a terrifying question to stream chat?
I mean, most of your questions are terrifying to me, so this is
okay.
Let's go. Yeah, let's just keep. You've wandered into like 3 massive triggers for me today that I've gone through. So let's just keep.
I
going.
understand. If the boss is affected by decreased DPS, and I, to the party, mitigate on their characters, those stack no problem, right? There's no additives, there's no percents. We're not worried about that kind of thing. That actually is a pretty clean scenario.
Whoa, hold on. We've got a wrong immediately followed by yes. It's multiplicative. They stack multiplicatively.
Cool. But what is bad... okay. Clean the whiteboard. It is bad if I use Collective Unconscious, which reduces damage taken by 10% to my party, and my fellow healer also uses Collective Unconscious for 10%, because those are both applied to the same party members, and now we're getting some sort of diminishing business.
The multiplicative might sound good, but what that actually means is there is a diminishing return in that stack order. I don't quite understand. I need an exact example in front of me to understand, but there are diminishing returns. And then I was aware of that what Midnight Miko is saying too, that's why I was asking if you had a generic mitigation, because that's something I worry about as a tank with reprisal, because all tanks have it.
Yeah, I don't have anything like that.
Gotcha.
I can put things to sleep if you really want.
Yeah. Cool.
Also, Feign and Addle don't stack, so the fact that I've never seen that conversation happening should be slightly alarming. That I've never been in content enough that people care, but I've never once seen my DPS talking about who's doing Addle, who's doing Feign. Feign and Addle do stack. Those are separate abilities. Okay.
As long as it's not the same ability, they are going to stack. There's diminishing returns, but it's not the end of the world.
I saw it go by in the chat when I said Collective Unconscious. Someone was like, yes, mitigations on healers don't stack. So I was using that information to apply further. That statement was wrong. Now I know the rules. So Feign, Addle stack.
Technically speaking, yeah.
And Collective Unconscious 10% would stack with something that does the same thing that has a different name on White Mage called Sparkle Jesus, which is great.
Sparkle Jesus, yeah.
And then you have barrier, then you have shields increasing. I've played video games enough. That's not a takedown. I mean, I know that shields equal mitigation. That's a good shield. That's basic. I understand that concept. Okay, cool. So I can't do anything else cool with that information, but I can help by not adding another mitigation to the stack if I see Addle and Feign.
Potentially, right? And then as we learn the fight, you may realize...
And then everybody dies.
I actually have a wide berth because I understand the cooldown of my mitigation. I could just add it to the stack because I know I don't need it in the amount of time it takes to come back online.
Or we all effing die, and F you, Kyle, where were the mitts? And I say, well, Feign and Addle were out, and everyone says, why the hell would you do this? You're a healer, heal. And we end up right back where we are with not learning anything. But I understood. Cool.
Well, you're not that diabolical.
But the information I'm receiving by having everybody's debuffs on the boss are just Addles and Feigns. I gain nothing by knowing other people's dots, right? Is there anything else I should
Not really,
understand?
unless you're helping
coach or
well, I mean, yeah, you're part of the team, so I mean that is also a little good to know because you might just if you even possess. I wouldn't expect it of you because I don't expect it of me because I don't know every dot that every job has in the entire game. So even though I do have that information showing, I don't have that much information. But you know what's also nice? You could have that up here, Kyle. Here we go. I'm going to sell you this. Kyle. Even though I think you've already figured it out.
I've already been sold. My next.
All right, wonderful.
I have
So
different
you have,
questions.
all right, so real quick.
Okay.
You have the wholesome, heroic reason to show buffs and debuffs on the target. Would you like to know the horribly devious reason you should have buffs and debuffs on the target?
Okay, so you can pass blame off?
No, so you can cast distraction on the chat, and maybe for just a little bit, they'll stop analyzing your play or my play and instead start a witch hunt for who should be casting out.
Yes, so that someone can be like, oh my God, that Sam isn't keeping up. You know, they'd actually be done with this fight. Kyle's healing's actually okay.
Yep.
It's the Sam that's keeping everybody back. Oh my God, it's genius.
Yep.
Okay.
All of the blame passers have made themselves known in chat right now, by the way.
Okay, I'm going to ask for some big help here because I don't remember how I did this long ago where I set it to only my information. I'm down to see other people's information, but I need to know how to get there now.
No, that I don't remember.
Maybe UI setting.
HUD layout? Oh, so it's not even in there?
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah. Target info status.
Target info status.
Okay.
And then go to the gear. Probably. Maybe not.
I think I have to. That's target info status. Don't I have to? I think I have to.
That should be right.
Progress. There's some extra menu. And target info bar. That displays everything.
In the meantime, Dimer's Animator, thank you for the super. If you meant to include a message and you're still in chat right now, do an @grinding gear or get with a mod and they will get that message to us. As a matter of fact, I see some notifications in Discord. Let me see. Nope, it's nothing going on in mod chat right now. Otherwise, just @grinding gear and I'll try and keep an eye out for it right now in chat live. Frost, thank you for the Gemma Super. Said, as a healer for my static, I do the mid planning, so I always need to know and see when and where my members are doing their team defensives or personal defensives. It allows me to either save or spend heals throughout the fight. Yeah, also good reasons. As Kyle's probably thinking really hard about where the hell in HUD the thing he's looking for
Targets.
What are the things that are turned off?
I don't have anything turned.
Oh, that's crystalline conflict. That doesn't count.
Display only detrimental effects you inflict on the target. Okay,
That's it.
Okay. Without getting a full party together, will this will help me, right? This is going to keep my information to the leftmost. So I know, because I really need to know, obviously, when my personal cooldowns, because they're more important
Your
than
dot
everybody
will
else.
be the leftmost icon, I believe, yes.
Is it smart enough to move up things like Addle and Feign, or am I going to need to now get in there and know those pictures, because there's going to be a bunch of other stuff?
Also, you have green countdown numbers.
Okay.
You want to know the icons. Okay.
I know one looks like a bunch of bubbles, and the
That's
other
Addle,
one looks like a guy doing a flip, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. I can check right now.
I actually don't know the other one. I know Reprisal and I know Addle. What's the third one?
Feign. It looks like a guy smacking a butt.
Oh.
Heavy impact. He just slaps him right across the face.
You gotta slap them cheeks.
Yeah, slap him cheeks right there. Okay. And then if I see you arm's length, I'm just gonna cut all healing. And no.
Wait, no, please don't. There's usually an attack.
I do actually. Okay,
knockback.
I did actually get a tip. I want to read this tip. It looked important, and I want to read it here. I got it from my fellow healer during Interfos. They sent me this tip. My unsolicited savage healing advice for this tier is that raid wides are true mitigation checks, and consider saving your single target mitigation or shielding tools. Not necessarily for tank busters, because tanks have a lot of toys in this expansion, but for party members with the lowest max health. Might be you at times or other casters.
Casters are getting bodied in this expansion. I've
So,
noticed.
yeah. And I've received this advice as well, that you have enough toys that you don't need my tiny toys.
Yeah, I'm still bad at maintaining uptime while popping all of my toys. I got pretty good on Sphene because I've really memorized when the Tank Buster was coming out, so I started getting them out a little early. But yeah, don't worry about me. I need to get good. Where'd I leave off? Savas supered. If you only need 30% to live, 50% mit was a waste. Is a waste. How do we know that though? Until we slowly work our way down. Or we just start ourselves at no mit, see if we live, die. Then we try 1 mit, and then we die, and then we try 2 mits.
It's kind of one of my favorite analogies of everyone's parked at a light, and the first person goes, so the next person goes, so the next person has to wait for that person to go. And if we were all robots and amazing, we would see the light turn green, and we all just start going at the exact same time. And everyone would get where they're going faster.
We're not a train, so that can't happen. But yeah.
And if I knew the exact magical math and we were raiding together for several weeks, I can say, oh shit, that's an Addle. Ballin'. Now I don't need to do the thing because I trust everybody. But right now we're going to be one car going at a time. However, I feel like I learned something today. I want to see it. I want to see it with other people, but we'll see what happens.
It's gonna be a lot. I'll tell you right now, it's messy, and depending on how big your buffs are set to, you might need to adjust it.
It was really pretty being just a single dot. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah,
it was nice. It was luxurious.
It's nice. It is nice. And I will say, on like Extreme Sphene, which is not savage, but a difficult extreme for sure. I really didn't take anyone else's mitts into account other than Reprisal. I was just like, I know I can fit Missionary here, and it'll be back up for like the next thing I'm afraid of. So that's just kind of how I timed it. So, but I'm sure there are savage encounters and definitely ultimate encounters where I bet damn near every mid is like planned out. So, Iprix, thanks for the super. You'll also mit other mitts on your party members when targeting them. Party list is only 5 debuffs.
What?
I don't know what to make of that sentence. Are you saying that now if you target someone else, you'll get more information because you have... Oh, miss mitts. Okay, that was a mistype. You will miss other mitts. on your party members when targeting them. Party list only. Okay, so you're getting more information because you turned on more information on your target. Because the party frames doesn't show you everything.
Oh, because it's target info, not boss info.
Yes.
Necessarily.
Yes.
But I would always see it on my target focus. My focus target bar would always have some stuff, but...
Yeah, but that's only one person. That's your focus.
Yeah. Technically, I was kind of getting the Addle and Feint information on my focus target bar, but with it being on the target info bar, I think it has numbers on it, maybe? Durations? Or did I already have this information on my screen? I just wasn't using it, and I can set it back to my pretty little way I liked it before.
Possibly. I mean, this is something you can figure out on your own, man. Like, I think the first time you go in and you see everything light up, you're gonna very quickly know if having this information on your target bar is helpful or not, or if it is redundant with whatever you're getting on your focus bar. I don't know how focus bar works.
Okay, cool. I think I've answered all my questions right now.
Wonderful.
Thank you for allowing me.
Keto, supered healing plan will almost never change versus Fate or Addle, but nice to know, like, oh, I did everything I'm supposed to do and we missed a feint, so we did. So, yeah.
Okay.
It helps you understand. Might make you feel better.
Okay.
Don't you want to protect your ego?
I have all sorts of other coping mechanisms.
Hell yeah. Go more. Thanks for the generous super. Collective plus other healer myth is exactly the same as collective plus Addle. People are generally bad at math. One is 90% less taken plus 90% less done to hit 81%. The other is 81% less taken flat. It's the same. I'm gonna have to take you at your word on that one, Comor, because I don't have an easy way to like.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to counter you, but that sounds right to me.
Yeah. Man, I don't know how to practically math you right now on that.
But essentially, they're saying that what they're doing to the boss is equal to what we would be doing to the party.
Okay, like all the 10% is 10%.
If we don't need that much, we should space it out like pros.
Yes. Let's invoke Joecat again. Hey, you remember that one? I don't even remember what guide it is. I think it's the healer guide, where it's just like, the correct amount of health you're supposed to have is 1. Like, yeah, you can just kind of.
It's true.
It's like, you know how much mint you need? However much mint you need to survive.
Yeah.
That's how much mint you need. Yeah, but Did You Die does a lot of heavy lifting. Rogue Mage Super. Certain myths are in groups and do not stack. If the myths do the same effect, one may override another. For example, Bard's Troubadour cannot stack with Machinist Tactician or Dancer's Shield Samba. Oh, that's annoying to know.
Interesting. Okay.
That is annoying to know. I didn't know that.
Because it gives the same buff, and it's like a DPS buff. Like Bloodlust. Actually, I don't know if Bloodlust stacks. I have no idea, actually.
I mean, for a long...
But different classes were doing the same buff, is what I'm saying.
It's the Fizz-ranged equivalent to Addle Feint, just has different names.
The tooltips do mention that. Okay.
Interesting. Well, that's good.
Oh, I'm talking about World of Warcraft Bloodlust. Sorry about that. that didn't mean to confuse.
No, we're not.
I'm sure there's something called Bloodlust in here. I'm sorry. That's on me.
Is it spicy to say we're talking about the famous Bloodlust?
Yeah, no,
we're talking about the Bloodlust that everyone knows.
We have Bloodlust at home.
Oh my god. Frost Super, this is why you don't see a Scholar and Sage together. Sage shields and Scholar shields override each other.
Okay.
You've already had that conversation before, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, y'all being generous today. Omen, super harder content. People other than the healer need to mid or the party will die. So if you notice no mids, you can call it out and ask for something. Yeah.
Cool.
I think we more or less got clear on this.
I've brought it up before, but one of my defense mechanisms for playing video games is to not know others people's jobs, so that I don't become tilted when I see them played poorly. But hopefully at this level of play, that won't be an issue. But there is a danger there. Like that's
boy howdy.
I'm being serious. It's a real danger to get to know other people's jobs. You may become tilted.
I was about to compliment you and say, boy howdy, do I notice shit astrologians now that you know you've honed your skills. That expert roulette, man. Woo-wee. Yeah. PMAX super that raid mitts is like playing tank, where you need to spread the mitt you are provided as a group instead of individually. How is that like tank? What?
I hear you yell about kitchen sink so much that seems wrong, but I get what they're saying.
That's just because we were doing extreme spin. I'm trying to think of what I've said kitchen sink outside of speed.
So what PMAC is saying is that a good tank will not use all their mitts in one big pile. They need to space them out individually for all the scenarios coming up. And the party is like one big tank. And you would be dumb to put all your mitts on one incoming ability.
That's Fiend Tank Buster. I used a lot, especially the first few times. I think eventually you started shielding me, which I might need to go back to using too many if you're going to start not shielding me for Tank Busters. So like usually I would pop... You know, I've never actually sought out correct information on this.
Okay, go for it. That's what we're here to do.
Usually I will pop before a tank buster. So like on Phoenix Extreme for that tank buster, I was trying to get in Rampart, Shadowed Vigil, Oblation, and Blackest Night. Which is like 4 mitigations, because the first few times I got hit by it, I was like insta-dead. And then when I popped all 4 of those, things were good. And then I stopped doing as much when there was a couple instances where I think I had mistimed my Blackest Night or something, and actually my health didn't move that much, and I assumed that meant you or someone else was kind of getting their mitts like more in order. That's a lot. That's a bit overkill, but it's fine. Blackest Night 40 for big hits. All right, what are we talking 40? We're doing some... Oh, just Blackest Night and Shadowed Vigil. That's it? Okay. All right. Cool.
I also got the advice to stop midding you during your tank busters because you were taking care of yourself enough, but I'm not pro enough to know where I should put those otherwise. So now with Mitchell's advice of put those on the caster or yourself, I can use my shield cards, my minor stuff on non-tanks and help them to survive things.
Yeah. Gotcha. If you can involve, if you can't involve, yeah, I don't usually think about invuln until we see a lot of the fight. I don't usually, because I don't like in my head. I don't want to get used to using it for something that is wrong. If we get deeper into the fight, I'm like, oh god, this is where I need invuln. So I try not to think about invuln too much. And that's essentially how it went with Speen. We got to a point where we were in that ice phase, and I was like, I think if I just invuln here, we can cheese some of this shit. So, because I don't want to get into a bad habit. Use my ablation. Okay, I use ablation pretty liberally, because I have 2 casts of it, and it's on a 6-second cooldown. So, don't worry too much on that. Zero Lambda, thank you for reminding everybody to like the stream. They can do that. If you're watching on YouTube, you can like the stream. If you're watching on Twitter, follow me. Eve Martin, thanks for the super. If it makes you feel any better, I just learned a lot. So thank you for the disco. Hell yeah, Eve, let's do it. Let's freaking go. All right, sweet.
Cool. Let's unlock the thing.
Okay, let's do it. So Gabro says...
Gabro?
Is this your cousin, Val?
Yeah, we're pretty close.
I was hoping you would stop by. don't know what this guy sounds like.
I guess we're gonna
Recount
the whole thing.
Yep.
The whole thing.
The whole
thing.
I mean, I guess if you gotta. The heavyweight or the light heavyweight division is the lowest tier of the championship. You surprised one and all by rising up as champion without the use of Pharaoh souls. And you didn't stop there. When former heavyweight fighter Wicked Thunder unexpectedly appeared to challenge you, you bested her as well. Never have we seen such drama at the Arcadian. Like most others, I watched your matches at the edge of my seat, but I paid for the whole thing, and I've been most keen to hear your first-hand account. Pray, spare no detail.
Someone help that man.
It's the Val face, isn't it? I'm being accused of dusk white racism.
I'm pretty sure that's actually my face, yes.
I think that's your face and light hair.
And my lack of ass.
In that way, you do all look alike. Your words have provided me with insight and inspiration, both. With a few embellishments, I believe I can produce a story that will grip the reader from start to finish.
Embellishments?
Yeah, I'm not gonna question it. I know where this is going. Lest you misunderstand, my works are not intended to be inaccurate records of events. In the name of a good story, I may take some liberties with certain details. Gordon, getting a bit into a Half-Life scientist voice. For example, what Black Cat had brought even deadlier techniques to bear against you.
Ah, Freeman.
Or if Honeybee Lovely, whose sweet facade concealed a terrible temper, had become further enraged. What sort of carnage might have unfolded if the brute bomber had stooped to the lower lows to seize victory? And last but not least, what if Wicked Thunder refused to retreat, resolving instead to fight on? Oh, I love the face I'm making right now.
Oh,
I didn't
congrats
screen
on your
cap in time.
face.
In such a manner, do I let my mind wander when I produce my works. And this time, I'm confident that I have a bestseller on my hands. I thank you for taking the time to share your account with me. I wish you continued success in the arena. This guy's a nerd and I love him. He's all right.
All right, back outside.
Wait, what?
Because we got to go now back to the outskirts.
Got to go back physically to the outskirts. Yes. Yes. I am so going to need to be reminded of where this is. Like every time I go to it.
Can I ask another weird question?
Oh, we're not in a fucking party, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. You don't need my permission.
Do healers keep up dots on the tanks at all times? Like, do you enjoy that kind of thing? Is that mana efficient? I've never heard it brought up. Actually, where am I going? Weren't they? I could have sworn they were there.
How do you get to the map of outside solution 9 by actually using the map?
Wait, weren't we actually here? Over here? Oh, okay.
Where are you going? Oh, okay. Why is keeping hots on tanks? Is what you mean? Yes?
Yeah.
You know?
Ew, no. Why? Wait, why do you have that reaction? It's not all that, I guess, as a weave, it's kind of expensive. It's not an instant, it is costing mana, so I guess it would be sort of mana detrimental to try to keep that thing up.
Global cooldown healing in general is to be avoided. Hot is a GCD. It is a waste. It costs a GCD. You've apparently shaken up a GCD beehive.
Oh no, that's great. That's a very pure. It can go over here in my shame pile. Here's my spells of shame that I should never use except for when I have to mouse click them because they're that shameful that they must be mouse clicked. I hide them behind myself because they're that shameful. So should I take this in the shame pile and put? Is it shameful? Shit tier.
Keep it. It can be used in dungeons. Okay.
Well, I mean, I have my other spell of shame here when I get low-level dungeons. Look how tiny this guy is over here. Benefic 2. F that guy.
Oh, God, yeah. Hate that stuff. Paul Scott, thanks for the super. Sage Scholar is actually a strong combo since you're trying to minimize GCD shield so you can DPS. The shield's not stacking often doesn't matter. Don't upset our new knowledge with these intricacies.
Yes, how dare you have such advanced knowledge you can break the rules like every good painter.
You know how much thinking we've done today? It's so much. Ed, 31 months, thank you. Have a happy Savage tier, guys. Hope to see you prog on the new alt after you unlock it. Burn with me. I do want an ultimate. I do want an ultimate. All right, I'm going to fight, and then I'm going to go to M1S. Begin. Also, real quick, Kyle, can I bring up Westgalber's? I just want to... There's something I like. And people are DMing me openers and all that. I've gotten all of these before. There's something I like about the way Westgalber's graphics specifically look. It's just a simplicity to it. Oh, it doesn't look like he has a 1/100 yet. For Dark Knight. Nope. 1/90. Darn. Color codes off. Global cooldown and off global cooldown stuff. Yeah. I love the music out here. What are you doing? You're quiet.
I was just reading through the comments because there are a couple of decent ideas, like aspected benefit. This is my hot. Apply, like if the boss is like, "I'll show you," blah 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 blah, I'm untargetable. Then you could be like, "All right, it heals over time, tanks. It is for you," and that might be a decent way to keep it on your bar. Or pre-pool healing. I could put a hot on you for the pre-pool while we all get in position. You have some healing, so not quite the shame pile in that regard.
We're just getting cute.
Yeah, it's got some ideas, you know. Cool. All right, are you pulling?
No, hold on.
Sorry, you're looking for your open. Because this will be harder, right? Quick. Like this will be even tighter than. Like, oh shit! Challenge begins in one. Oh well, time's up.
Oh, it's already. Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, shite. That's annoying.
I didn't food either. This is probably just gonna be a fail. But you know.
Oh, you just went for it. I'm resetting it.
Oh, I'm training, man. Someone pulled. It's go time.
That's what the real world is for. Not test beds. Patrick C, thanks for the super. I'm playing catch up, so excuse the redirect. But if you liked the high collar Oron look, check out the Yorha Type 53 Cyclist of Striking Glam for your samurai, Kyle.
Awesome.
Kyle will fathom that.
I will screenshot those words and save them for a later date.
Did I make a
anything else I can do?
Dark Knight. Did I make a Dark Knight? Nope, that's Black Mage. Make a Dark Knight. I think I made a graphic at some point. I thought I made a graphic.
Wow, that's really tight to get out the stellar. What's that? I wonder. I'm always using light speed for mechanics, not for. Not for actually weaving out things, but.
It's horribly. It's an old one. Yeah, I've got the 14 rotations one that everyone sends me. I hate the way the stuff looks. It's just a mess of icons.
And then I could light speed that maybe and try to like.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah, the double click is. I'm learning things about clipping my stellar.
You're playing Stellar Blade?
No, I'm not. Wait, why am I doing better? What? Wait, what? Why am I winning? Why did I win so good? When I panicked and messed things up. Why was that easier than level 100? What happened?
Did you?
Oh, because the gear is synced up.
Oh, because you have better gear.
Because it allows for better gear.
Oh.
Am I not synced at all? Because it's not synced to level. Oh. Feel sick. Woo! Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, that's a good question. Let's try. It's not like it's gonna have mechanic spoilers. Let's try number 4.
All right, well, let me get in here.
Do I want to know my DPS number? How would I know that? Also, I'd have no frame of reference, so. But I honestly, like, I've been sent a site that show you, like, scroll down a little bit and it literally shows you cast these spells and you did this by casting too many of these here and you clip this and you should stop this and then you had an insta this and then you had insta this and then you had insta this, and it was amazing. Like, that was, I want this to be like, here's a number, here's where you messed up, here's, like, record me, show me shit.
I don't know how to help you. Anyway, I'm gonna try mine now.
Cool, you go for it.
Yeah. It's interesting. I need to work on dropping my salted earth because I'm not weaving it correctly and I know it.
What was the... I think I pre-pool with Malefic. And then everybody's getting into position. Oh, shoot. Now I can double weave. Let me weave in a food. Oh, shit. The weaving in food is not a good idea. It doesn't weave well. I can't just, like...
Oh, yeah, I didn't eat.
Eat a snack.
Eating would be good.
Just real quick. Knock it back.
Oh, God. That actually did take some time.
Did you do the food thing? Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it takes a little bit. It doesn't spin your bars, but food is
but it just doesn't
time
let you do
expensive.
shit. Biggest tip I learned today: eat before you start combat. This seems a lot easier.
Well, because you
like a lot easier.
Because you're not gear capped. So the level 100 one had you at 690. This is uncapped gear. You're wearing what you're wearing.
Oh, okay.
And that's what hitting MS1 is going to feel like with the amount of health they have.
I don't think it'll feel this easy because I think the target dummy is going to fight back in MS1.
Yeah, it's going to have,
M1S.
I don't know. What, you're not slide casting out of your mind just for fun?
Well, I can't because I'm a Dark Knight. So return is currently grayed out, so I can't try and slide cast my return in the middle of this.
It's a great idea if you spin the boss. Just spin them randomly in circles.
Oh, well, it's a striking dummy, so yeah.
Damn it, I'm going to have to pot to get through this.
Oh. More than 40 seconds to spare?
Oh, damn. Nice damage.
Okay. All right. Well, what I learned, Kyle,
is that
was we didn't need to stream at all. Yoshi P said you don't need add-ons because we put target dummies in the game. And if you can clear them, that's all you need to know in terms of being a good enough player to tackle Savage content. So we actually didn't need to learn any of the nuance.
True.
What I just learned is I am a perfect player of this game. And I already possessed within me all of the knowledge that I needed. I will learn nothing else from using third-party tools. Third-party tools will not make me a better player or teach me finer nuances of what just happened here.
Try the 4. Try the 4. I had 1 second. I had half a second to spare.
Oh, you went to the 4?
Yeah, the 4 was tight. The 4 was really tight.
Okay. Alrighty, let's see here.
And I even ate during it. Big eat strats.
Griffcat, thanks for the super. Kyle, that site you were sent reads the bark rings in the logs Garrett loves so much. What? Is that English? What?
The bark? Oh, the bark rings. Oh, yeah, for age. Because the trees, it's how you tell a tree is old, is you cut it down, you count the rings. You can also see if there was a rough summer or a cold winter, if there was a drought, you know?
Have I said that I don't like this before?
What? No, you actually do love it. Like, that's every time you make a joke about trees, you're talking about this.
Counting the rings?
Well, it's a...
Well, I'm talking about it because it's an Aqua Teen Hunger Force reference.
Oh, no, we weren't doing that.
When they capture Carl and they're like, cut him in half, count the rings.
We don't know.
Fry man, you gotta get me out of here. They're using me like a friggin' piece of paper.
I want to find you. I want to actually like watch you in person.
Oh, okay. I'm not in yet. Okay. Ed, thanks for the double supers. Dummy DPS checks for healers and DPS are super forgiving. Seems forgiving for tank too. Because I know my opener could be better. Ed also said that healers and tanks brain shat itself there. Oh, there you go. Okay. Noted. Thank you, Ed. And Ariolo said, there's Stone Sky Sea calculators that you input which trial and put your job and seconds left, and they tell you a DPS number. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, why would I do that when I can just get really passionate about logs?
No.
That's a joke you were making.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. There it is.
I'm sorry. I thought we were like very specifically saying that I make jokes about rings and trees a lot.
No,
I don't think I referenced that.
They took it to a whole new level. Yeah.
Oh, nobody talked to me for the rest of the week. Okay. That was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go into a corner and die now.
And I'll go into a target dummy and let me...
I'm selecting fight. I'm selecting M4 Savage. All right. That's what you want me to do? 4?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. If you're whispering me about my opener, I do not want to be... I'm not open to any notes or criticism right now. I will not be reading your whispers. I'm sorry.
I have no idea what's going on for you, but
it's not how I learn.
It sounds intense.
I learn these kind of things, this type of very fussy optimization. I do it alone, and I do it with notes.
I'm just saying in general, like, is Dark Knight that big of a deal?
It is a busy fucking opener. It's slightly less busy than it used to be, but it's still very busy. Very, very busy. All right. Have you found me? You found me.
Yeah. I need to get out some, I gotta get out some sticks.
Yes. Just go burr every 2 minutes. You can't though, because you're going to clip and all kinds of other weird stuff. So anyway, all right. We got about a minute. Food buff's already going. All right. Let's do this.
Is there any way to see its health number? So the website, the calculator thing knows the health number of this thing, and then you would take your seconds, and then you could get a DPS number. Honestly,
because there's a fixed amount of health?
Yes. If a MOBA ability does over 500 damage, I can't even fathom it. I just try to press the right button.
Also, for me, this is like a little... well, I guess not really. I was going to say... It's a little unrealistic because I'm usually reserving 3,000 mana in case I need to pop Blackest Night. But if I'm doing that correct, yeah, that's... that, you know, when I am popping it, it is, if I'm doing it correctly, equating to more Edge of Shadows, so...
How much time you got?
1 minute, 40 seconds.
Oh,
my feed should still be going to you.
You're looking solid.
Is my feed still going to you?
It is, but we were cinematically looking at you using iCam, so.
Oh, okay.
I was enjoying.
But chat probably wants to, you know, judge
the
my
goods.
movements,
Wants the goods.
So they want the goods.
Let's see the goods.
Even if it's low res through the internet. How's the feed today?
It's okay. It's actually okay.
I know when we first fired this up, it was surprisingly clear. I don't know if it still is. Down to a minute. It's actually going to be close.
I think you're going to be pretty solid. That's a fun ability.
I'm Dark Knight. All of my abilities are fun abilities.
Well, yeah, but on my screen, you're not shooting giant lasers, which thank goodness, because I couldn't see what the hell was going on.
Oh, we got 38 seconds to spare? Okay. All right.
Wow. Yeah, you were a bit better than me. I mean, your gear's also better than mine. What do you have?
What am I up to? 725.
725.
725. I do need to redo some of my materia. I materia very quickly for one of our streams, and I screwed up, I think, 2 of them. 2 of my materia are giving me nothing. And I don't remember when that happened or why that happened, but I do need to fix that before Thursday. But other than that, yeah, because what's your eye level at?
721.
Okay.
So did Garrett play sicker, more awesome than me? Or do healers just kind of look like that on a target dummy in comparison?
I feel like that's such a hard comparison to make because you have like 3 things you're doing for attacks?
I mean, you had 4 more item level, but
that's just Astrologian. Weapon is a bigger increase. Do you not have a 725?
Do I not?
Do you not have a Sphene weapon?
Yeah, no, I think mine's a Sphene weapon. Yeah, I've got 725.
Okay. Or are they just saying Dark Knight weapon versus Astrologian weapon?
Oh, in just terms of like the deeps it does. Physical auto. I mean, I could get in there and auto attack more. Actually, my auto attack's better than yours. I should squeeze up on that guy and get some card hits in.
Were you not?
No, because I'm never going to be in melee. And I mean, sometimes they're giant, but it happens rarely. And it's funny when it happens because we're in the middle of Sphene battle and my guy goes, yeah, with a card for a paper cut.
Oh, well, for the sake of the target dummy, and just because I could, if I was you, I'd be in there. I'd be in there getting as many autos as I could. Yeah, I would assume it's just a really difficult comparison to make, but okay, it's chat's making it sound like Astrologian is just kind of generally terrible from damage, even compared to other healers.
Which the idea being that I put out a buff to everybody and that percent goes into my DPS, so I am terrible at the expense of other people's DPS being better.
So you're the dancer of healing.
Yeah.
Because dancers, my understanding is dancer like that. I actually don't know if that's still the case. That like the actual damage that the dancer is doing is actually not all that great, but because of dance partner, they're perfectly fine.
But does it? But Divination's the only one that does. Well, I got my cards too, and I guess I was balancing myself for better DPS. But yeah, okay, yeah. So I'm
gonna be honest. It feels really good to rattle nonsense off, like what I just said about you're the dancer of healing, to have chat agree with
Yeah,
me.
you're the nice job, dude.
I'm not used to
well
this.
Done.
I'm not used to this. Usually we're just
Well
here
done,
just
well
like,
done.
I'm an idiot child. Teach me how to not suck. Please and thank you. No. The Bard of Healing. Oh, is Bard like that too? Okay. Kyle's just kind of Bard-like in general as a person.
Oh, thank you. Not really sure what that means, but I appreciate it. Strongest party buffs. Yeah, that all lines up.
Even though I know you don't like singing in public, everything else about you just feels like you want to regale people with a good tale.
That's fair. I do think of bards as musicians more often, which I shouldn't do. There's plenty of builds for bards these days that are speech-based, politician.
I
The
also just
bard,
think of them as
Shakespeare.
collectors of stories.
Yeah.
Which, if that ain't you, I don't know what is.
Okay.
That's my understanding of Kyle.
Well, I feel kind of like I answered all my questions. How are you feeling?
I feel like my brain is very full.
Yeah, I think I'm full too. Oh, hey, someone else spawned here. You can do it. Nice job.
Let's cheer. I can't cheer in all caps. My caps lock is on.
It's actually, I mean, granted, we have some more people in here, but there's clearly people working. Like, it's decently busy in here.
Yeah.
It's a neat tool. I wish it had information. I would love more numbers. A report at the end. Like just you sucked at weaving.
I mean, it would. You have to imagine that that would be a lot of effort.
Yes, for a limited.
And the thought likely goes through their mind that people are just going to use third-party tools anyway. What are we bothering with? Like,
you got a point. Yeah, it wouldn't really be worth the dev time.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah. 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 I don't know why everyone's so excited about standardized testing. I've seen ACT just punched in the chat so many times today. These 14 players are really passionate about standardized testing.
How do y'all feel about the ITBS test? Does that do anything for you? Does it move the needle?
I actually get clammy when you say that. I never want to do standardized testing again.
I believe I did better on the ACT, and so I used that for college.
I was told I would, and I did so much worse than I did on my SATs.
ACT also had way better accommodations.
Creative people do so much better than the ACTs, and I guess I'm just not that creative.
Like the ACT sent me a tape, because 2004. They sent me an actual tape that I conked in the machine and could press, and it would read the questions to me.
Oh, nice.
So I wouldn't misinterpret the questions, because that's an obvious way to fail any sort of comprehension.
Yes.
So
I did that
ACT
for a ticket clinic when I got my first ticket for driving to reduce the cost of my ticket and get points off my license. I got a VHS ticket clinic shipped to my house.
Nice.
And I had to go to my parents' room because they had the last functioning VCR in their home.
Wow.
Because everything else in the house was a DVD or I had a PlayStation. That's how we watch stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So I did a VHS ticket clinic or whatever. Well, I don't think it was actually, I think that's a specific brand, but you know what I mean? Doing the driving class after you. Yeah, I've told that story. There was the stop sign that used to not be there, and I was rushing to use the restroom before I had to get back on the clock at work.
Hey, the only crash I ever caused, I got a sign put in. They put in a do not turn here sign. It's all mine. You can go to Albuquerque, New Mexico today and go find the sign. That is my fault.
Oh, if we ever end up in Albuquerque together, we've got to go on. We have to do this. I want this is a vlog in the making, bro. I want to go to Kyle's sign.
They were like, he's got a good point. We should put a sign there.
We're still gonna make him pay a ticket.
It still is an issue.
He
effed up.
Points.
Excuse me for being in your business.
Oh my God, shit. Yeah, I forget.
Cool. So we'll just, so our brains are packed. Our brains are full. If you're watching this after the fact, feel free to comment on something else you saw. We can digest that at a future date. Don't message about Garrett's rotation because he's
No.
working.
It's fine if I ask. It's hard on stream.
Sure.
Like DMing me while we're streaming it's always kind of rough. Because like, especially on a day like today where we're trying to read chat and interact over in the public chat where folks can see the other side of the conversation that we're having. So I'm pretty bad to DM when I'm streaming on the best of days. And this is a particularly bad day to do so. So yeah, this is working on my opener at this point. I'm at a refinement stage that I just kind of want to do it alone when I'm mentally ready.
And Milo, that's a great question. So here at the background, at the end here, I'll say this as well. Go join the Discord. There's a channel called Looking for Group. You can tag hosts, and in there we will add you to a special channel where we will post the Party Finder code in first before we open up to the wider audience. There's about 54 people in there right now. That is a group that is meant to be very casual. If you can make it and try to get in the group, awesome. If you miss, no need to worry. What were you gonna say?
I would like to. I'd like to massage your wording there a little bit.
What'd you say?
We don't want you to be casual. We want scheduling to be casual.
We want scheduling to be casual. That's a good point.
We want you to bring your A game.
And if you feel like bringing your A game that particular night, you're like, oh my goodness, I'm in this chat room and I feel like bringing an A game. But then you should type in that code and you should join us. And it's meant to be like that.
If you're in that room and you're not feeling it that night,
just don't feel it.
Don't type it.
Yeah, there's no requirement.
Yeah,
there's no requirement.
Wait till you feel it.
Yeah.
Wait till you feel it.
And it also allows us to get to know you, get to know other people, and if we have to make calls of like, ooh, that person, they were dramatic, rude, not on their game, then we can manage that chat room in the future. But
yes, this is the first thing that we will ever potentially need to remove people from, besides just the Discord in general, because we have had some dicks over the years. But yes, yeah, this is the first time. Obviously, we'll remove you if you're just a toxic individual, but we also might ask you to take a break until either your DPS or your gear improves.
An example of a non-dramatic removal would be you sign up in there, you show up, your gear is like 690. We go, oh, we kick you out of that group. Feel free to message us in the future, and you can get re-added. Like that would be an instance where like you're like, oh, not in the pool right now. See you in the future, and then come back. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
How
We're dying to ice bridge 30 times in a row. You know, that kind of a thing.
That's a great question, Shady Attic. How long do we plan to prog on a prog day? We started about 8.
We started about 8.
And invites probably around like 8:30, getting there.
Yep.
So I'd say
8:30 Eastern. Would probably, like, normally Kyle and I are mentally prepared to go until 1 a.m.
So 4 hours.
If we're horribly tired, you know, we consider calling it around midnight. We usually, would you say that's accurate, that you and I kind of show up like we're fully prepared for this to take us past 1 a.m.?
Yeah, I would say. How long's a lockout in there? Is it the 90-minute lockouts?
I actually don't know. I'm assuming it's an hour, like anything else.
Because I feel like the more difficult ones have bigger.
It's 120.
120. Okay.
Oh, okay. So 2 lockouts.
Yeah. So 2 full lockouts is what would be expected. And at that point, we would make passionate calls whether we're quitting or if we're going, no, let us back in there. So.
Oh, wait, hold up. 90 minutes for floors 1 through 3, 120 for 4. That's weird.
Why?
That's weird.
Wait, why? What? Why?
Why? Why would you? Why?
Because the server space is so valuable because so many people are stuck on it that they make it slightly shorter so that more people can get in there.
It's a surprise? That doesn't sound like... Is it always the 4th one, or is it just M1 or M4S is the only one to ever have a 2-hour...
Is generally step up and diff. Why would it be shorter? Is it made by Nintendo? Does it want me to go outside?
Thanks for playing my game. All 4th floors. Okay. All right.
Oh, it's
I get
longer.
that.
It's longer.
I get that.
Oh, okay. I was brain backwards. Okay.
Okay.
90 minutes, 120.
Okay. So,
I was thinking of microwave time. Honestly, I was thinking of microwave time.
What is microwave time?
Microwave time would be 80 minutes at 120.
Okay.
Exactly. Jack the Herbert knows what I'm talking about. Microwave time. I was thinking of microwave time.
So confused. I'm still confused. I'm still lost. Jonathan, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Gearbox. Oh my word. Yeah. If you like these kind of streams, subscribe to the channel. Become a member. If you're watching on Twitch, do the things on the purple site.
Sweet. Thank you for joining us on Twitch if you watched over there today. Thank you for joining us on Twitter if you watched over there today too. We are multi-streaming. We'll see you soon.
Support.bromance.com.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks for the help today, everyone. GG.